It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims from Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good afternoon. This is different. The sun's up. What's going on here, right? Hope everybody's doing great. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. We did it. Can you believe it? We did it. Everybody, you there sitting here right now watching this, whether it's live, whether it's in rewound, you did it. You did that. You made a difference. You made a change in this world. Every single person that hears my voice. You did that. You raised $1 million in small donations. You did that. You from home. Never met this lady in your life. No clue who she is. You did that. That's a pretty bold statement. I think Boston shows the world like what's up. Man. Yeah. Did you see the mob? I'm sorry, but when you said mob, I was talking to someone in the crowd, and I mean, I spoke to as many people as I really could, and I'm sorry if I didn't get to you, but I was speaking to somebody, and I said, "Look around." I go, "They got paddy wagons for these people," and she looked at me and she said, "Why?" And you look around and you ask yourself that exact question, "Why?" I'm all for protecting the public. Don't get me wrong. And how she left yesterday, absolutely. Get her out of there. All that good stuff. But an angry mob, we are not. They are the nicest people you will ever meet in your entire life. They're not an angry mob. When they moved the barriers, and they asked us to stay on the side of the road. They shut down both ends of the street. At that point, we could have ran across the road. No one did. We waited for them to put the gates up, waited for them to get all set. They pulled their cruisers up wherever they had to go, and everybody then went forward. And it wasn't anything close to ever being a mob, and that was the closest you're ever gonna get. And not a skin knee was to be had anywhere. And everyone went up as peacefully as they could to the ends of the gates, and they all waited. I tell you, I wish. Hold on. Do I have it? I was moving all sorts of files. Do I have yesterday? If I have yesterday, I'll play the I'll be able to play it. Hold on a second, everybody. Let me do something real quick. This is important. So I'm glad you're all here. I'm really glad you're all here because I want to read this to you and share this with you. Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm glad that this happened right now. Here we go, boys and girls. Let's read this together. From the Massachusetts State Police Twitter account 13 minutes ago. Statement following the conclusion of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Massachusetts State Police extends its sincere condolences to the loved ones of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The events in the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. Under my direction as colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that can reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust. Colonel Jeffrey Noble. That's what it says. Good luck with that. Yeah. No. No. So I think he needs to Sherry with a D. You were there as much as I was there, so we both for that time we both put in what all we put in all we could at that time. We both gave all we had. That's all you can do, right? And you all did that. Everybody here did that. No, um, I don't know how to explain it to you guys, but like I can't do it without you guys. I just can't. There's no way I can keep going on, you know? Mary, look at this. Where's Morrissey's statement? Matter of fact, let's check the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll get to Jim in a second. Open that there. Where is it? I don't know where you put it. Latest. No. No. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see anything from him yet. But what I did see, real quick, oh, that's a great picture. Wow. Let me open this. Let me open this in mail. Hold on a second, guys. This is worth it. Again, this is why I do it. How can I block that? All right. So I'm gonna read it to you, right? And then I'll show you the picture, but let me read it to you. I don't want to hide the information. So it says, "Hi Tom, my husband and I made it up to the courthouse on Monday from South Carolina. My husband took this picture. Thank you for everything you do. Cynthia." Cynthia, it's things like this, really, that just keep me going. This is a really good picture. Um, you ready, guys? Check this out. I don't know if you can see that, but good enough. But ain't that a good picture? I'll send that to Shelby, and she'll make fun of it. She'll tear it apart, right, Shelby? Yeah. But that was a good picture right there. That was Monday. So that was pretty cool. And again, like the emails I get, I can't tell you how appreciative I am of everything that you guys have said. It's yeah. I don't know how to explain it to people, but I mean, other than we have the best viewers, you guys in the chat are the best, hands down. Really. Oh yeah, that the John DePietro video. Oh my God. Can you believe, I looking back, that's John looking down at him saying, "Yep, okay. Watch this, guys." Boom. That was John 100%. I believe it. No one can tell me differently. Of all things, of all people. And oh my God, the guy's on film. I'm just looking at something. Um, the glare, I'm sure he's happy. I mean, he again, he's not from around here, but yet he's just as vested, right? It means just as much to him as it does to us. I know Shari, that's the best thing, right? He used his own dry cleaning receipt. Like, and then he says on video, "Oh, I'm gonna write him a note." And it's got all that information, but except it doesn't have his driver's license, his insurance, anything like that. What a piece of work. That's a hit and run. And if the um if if that's gonna happen, all right. It just I can't. I again, it had to happen. It had to be that way, right? Of all things, again, can you script this? Script that into your movie. There's no way. There's no way, right? Think about putting this into a movie. The producers be saying, "Listen, no, 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 they've had enough. No one, we're already past that believable point of what happened and what didn't happen, right? We're past that, but yet here we are. And then this happens on top of it. Okay, sure. All right. That's you guys are really okay up that part of town, right? Yeah. Yesterday was kind of incredible. I'm glad and I mean, we're all blessed that it happened when it did. Because we have all these people, right, that were here to witness it, right? They saw what we saw. They stood behind us, right? They stood with us. All this crazy talk, all of it's crazy talk. And these professional people are like, what? What? Wait a minute. What? So back up. You lost me like 3 things ago. Yeah, that was me who showed the receipt. Yeah. No, we have the picture of it in the. There's a very special young lady out there who has a lot of this on video, like on her dash cam of like the whole thing happening. So I, I I mean, he's trying to say that she hit him, and that then she's saying that like the girl that recorded it all is the one that hit the truck. You're the one that did it. That's what he's trying to blame her. I mean, he's just disrespecting women left and right. That poor lady from Texas, she only needs a tail light. But guess what? It to me, it's only a tail light, right? But to her, it's a big thing. I mean, she wants to go through insurance. It's like she should. It's gonna cost $1,000 deductible plus whatever. I mean, just buy the new light. It solves all the problems. It didn't dent anything. It's a simple plug in, plug out. I offered to do it. Find me the light. There's got to be a tail light for a Toyota out there, a Toyota Tacoma. Come on, right? It's not hard. Easy fix, people, right? He doesn't want to even go down that route. I don't understand the guy. I'm not. No, I'm not. She can't. No, she can drive back to Texas. It's just she shouldn't have to deal with the nonsense that he's putting her through. How about that? That's that's trying what like kind of what I'm getting at. She didn't do anything. Her truck was parked, and yet here she is fighting with people, including the police department. Imagine that. Imagine that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Where are we? Right. I'm just backing up the video a little bit so we can watch some of it here. All right. To be honest with you guys, I got home. I got something to eat. I watched something that wasn't Karen Reed that I could just like zone out to and just let it play in the background, and I don't remember anything after that really. So we're gonna watch this together. Boom. This is Karen Reed. Waiting to hear the verdict. It's the outside. Oh, and there's Miss Nan. Let me pop her on real quick so she Good afternoon.
Hi, Tommy. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm sorry I'm late.
No,
How are you?
we're all good back. We're good. We're good.
I feel like I got hit by a truck.
Me too. My whole body just kind of, yeah. I don't
And
usually sleep during the day, but today's one of them days. I think it's when I'll be sleeping during the day.
I like losing my voice a little bit. So there was a lot of screaming going on yesterday. I was looking for you in the midst of the verdict.
Good luck with that.
I knew you would be shooting from an angle. I was like right up against the barriers, and I couldn't find you. You were the first person I wanted to hug.
Wasn't that? I am so glad you were here to witness that.
Me
Really,
too.
because it it proves that we're not crazy. Like it validates us. Like we just like I was telling the chat, like we just kept coming at you guys with, "Hey, here's this." You're like, "No, no, 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 time out." And we keep coming at you and giving you this, and you're like, "I lost you 3 things ago. Wait a minute." And there's more stuff, and you're like, "No, no, no." It's just so. Thanks for hanging in with us and really, listening to what we were saying and we're almost pleading with anybody that would listen. In we went out
You
to
guys were
mass.
you sorry to interrupt you, Tommy. You guys were pleading, and not that people like me were like, oh, let me help you. But people like me who were from afar, who were watching this unfold and gathering more and more information along the way, I speak on behalf of many of them and many of your viewers who just felt so helpless. And everyone has found their way to help. My way, I chose to be don't through donations to the defense fund and to content creators, and to use my legal acumen to try to give some guidance or to calm people down, or to just kind of predict what will happen or what the way things should happen. But there's other people who stood boots on the ground. There's other people who helped to organize their own local fundraisers or to just talk about this case, people who made t-shirts, bracelets, hats, people who stood out not just in the Massachusetts surrounding areas, but in their own communities. Like, I'm so elated, Tommy, to see the different ways that people really pulled together to try to help all of you out, and I feel like it was never enough. I really do.
And we have the most talented people God ever put on this earth. You name it, there's somebody out there that specializes in it, and they like really good at it. I'm amazed at the quality of people and the
Yeah.
talent, just the talent that the people out there have that they donated and they gave to us for free. Like you gave your time to calm all of us down, and it worked every single time. Every time it worked.
I'm a
So
mommy. I'm a mommy, so it's my job to make everyone feel a little better. But honestly, um, I have to say the timing that was just fortuitous that I could end up planning a trip that would align with the verdict and the deliberations leading up to the verdict, so I could be there. And I took pleasure in trying to calm people down a little bit, because that's what I like to do. I'm a giver. I like to make people feel better. The fact that this timed out perfectly with the best result, um, even though she got tagged with an OUI charge, that's nothing. The fact that it timed out perfectly was the little reward to me, to my soul, that I could stand with everyone and experience their joy. They're the ones, all of those people. I mean, I heard someone say it was like upwards of 3,000 people. I don't know if that's true or not, but to stand with
how do you
them.
count that many people in there? I don't know where you begin. How do you count? Like,
Well, what's interesting? I was thinking about the number of people, and I mean, I have hundreds and hundreds of pictures, as I know you do. I was thinking about all of those people, and I said to myself, I remember watching some of the early footage of Aiden, like out on the courthouse steps. I know I remember the day he had the megaphone. I remember the day that people were out there. It may have been the same day where there was people out there, but nowhere near that many people. And look how much that number just multiplied. And everybody was being great to one another. I mean, I had people, and it wasn't just to me. I saw people doing it for other people. They're saying, "Do you need a water? Do you need a drink? Do you want some fruit?" There were people who knew I hadn't eaten any food, who were like bringing food to me.
yep.
Brian LTL knew I was starving, and he's like, "Let me take you to Dedham House of Pizza," and he took mercy on me and bought me 2 slices. So yes, I do eat carbs, everybody.
Good.
But I must say, your pizza does not compare to my planet. But that's okay. It was
'Cause
delicious.
ours is just that much better. You're right. It does.
I want some. Honestly, whose pizza? I think I've said this. The pizza I really love is CF McCarthy's.
Yep.
So I don't think I'll be going back to Canton.
They really do. Yeah, stay out of Canton.
I know, but you know what,
And
Tommy?
again, that's kind of the devil. We get the other stuff out there you don't want to get involved with.
But I have two thoughts going through my mind right now, because I was supposed to have some other plans and those fell through for later. But I was thinking I was going to go get pizza at CF McCarthy's and make sure I don't have any conversations outside. But also, I was thinking I might make another ride by 34 Fairview and pay my respects to John, because this is not my last trip up here, but there's other work to be done, and the Nan Gallagher Law Group intends on expanding. But
we look forward to that, by the way. Oh, everyone out there looks forward to that. So whatever anyone out there can do to help you, just ask.
oh, thank you. Yes, I'm looking to open a satellite office in Boston, and I'm looking for a place to live. So yeah, that's happening. As soon as my bar admission goes through, I will be spending more time up there, and primarily because there's really no other way to say it other than my heart is here. I love my family, don't get me wrong. I love my kids, but my heart is here. I've made some relationships that they're just incomparable. You're one of them, my friend. So is Boston Mike. But I was really thinking I might take a little ride to 34 Fairview and pay my respects, because although John will never get justice, I don't think he will. I mean, and we could talk about that if you want, but he won't. But Karen went out of her way. She went out of her way while fighting for herself and her liberty and her rights and those of her family. And as the face of all of you, she did that, but she did that for him as well. I truly believe that. So I think that it might be important for me to do that later. But I'm also thinking I might just throw out an invite to people to join me at a bar. Maybe we'll just go out and have some drinks. Who knows? Everyone should pay attention to X today, or to my Facebook page.
Just be careful, the trolls aren't happy. So just make sure you know who you're talking to.
They're leaving me alone, Tommy.
I know. Just
Although one of them said I looked better when I was fat, so I was happy about that.
Yes.
I thought they were going to ignore me altogether, so I missed them.
I don't know what they're gonna do now. They're like gonna be bored out of their mind. But
They are
back to
good.
the things that you were seeing with the people, right?
Oh,
The people in itself, Nan, like, how do you tell that story? Because there are people that have now made lifelong friends over this. Like, and they could be far in distance, but they talk every day, they text, they send pictures, blah blah. There's people that have new relationships because of this. That in itself, I think, is a whole story.
well, one thing I don't tell people, which I'll tell you first, is that I have a pretty good, it's almost perfect photographic memory. And I remember faces and names almost to a T. I am not perfect, but I'm almost to a T. I have remembered I mean, it's thousands of people that I have met since January and their names. Many of them I have their contact information. And I even notice if I don't have it, when they will like something on my social media, I remember I met this person, and I'll see their picture or I'll remember their first name and I connect. I have started writing, I don't know if I want to call it a memoir, but I like to write. So I've started to write just a little anthology about the little stories that I have heard and that people have shared with me along the way. And I'm sure trolls will try to capitalize on that and say, oh, see, look, she was gaming for fame in the. No, what I'm looking to do, and I want to feature many of the prominent voices as well, including you and Boston Mike and others. But I'm going to be putting together a memoir of the little stories that everyone has told me and conveyed to me once I get permission from each person to do that. I don't want to reveal anyone's confidences without their permission to do that. But my goal is to have that put together by the end of this year. And I'm calling it now. It's going to be a better seller than Plevin's book.
Everything's better than that.
But all of the proceeds are going to go to a charity or some type of fund of, I'm going to ask the Reed family a fund of their choice. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, none of it's going to me, guys. None of it's going to me. Yeah,
Wow.
so I hope you give some thought to it, Tommy,
Oh yeah,
because
no,
I'd love to.
count me in. I'm all in with that. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
That's great. And you
Yep.
asked me about the people. How do you even begin to tell the story? Like the way my brain works, I think very cinematically, like I'm making a movie or like I'm writing a book.
Okay.
So I think in chapters and I say, "Oh, look at this. This is Robin. And here's how I met Robin and this is what Robin is going through." Or this is how I met Aiden and here's some of the things Aiden shared with me. So there's not enough pages, not enough data storage in any computer to really encapsulate everyone's experiences. And it's, I noticed it intensifying as the deliberations went on, because as they did go on, a lot of people felt disheartened that, I think it's going to be a mistrial. I think it's going to be a mistrial. And I never felt that way. I knew it was going to be a verdict. I also called it. I said it's going to be after 2 o'clock. It's going to be after they eat lunch Wednesday,
Yep.
and the people's feelings built, like it just was building up as it was getting to the point where it was going to be announced. There was a verdict or like a fake verdict, and then the verdict.
Right.
Um,
That was
these
strange.
these people feel things so deeply, and that's one of the reasons why Karen was acquitted, because that type of heart, that type of emotion, that type of empathy that people felt for Karen, the awareness that it could just be one of them or their loved ones, that they want more from their police and their government and their prosecutors, and their judges. All of that is something that's so organic and shared amongst everyone. It's like a big common denominator.
You see, it's already succeeding because even you just said it and you didn't even realize it.
What did
Because
I
at the
say?
beginning, it was just Karen Reed. And then it went to more people. Then it went to more people. Then it went to how could this happen, people? Then this couldn't happen, people. Then the people that oversee people. So all that happened right in front of our eyes. We got to watch it all happen right in front of us.
I
Uh,
know. And it's like, I'm sure people have said this. I haven't spent much time on social media over the last, I don't know, 12 hours or so. I was up so late listening to JFK and James Jackson last night. So I'm tired. I know I look tired, but um, I know this has probably been said, but I felt like it was all of your victory. You were there yesterday. It's really hard to describe the guttural sound of that crowd when it became clear that there was an acquittal.
yep.
It was almost like being at a sporting event, and I don't mean to make light of it, but
No, it
it
was like a concert almost,
yes,
where it was like you could be loud, where it was okay. They've been holding us back for so long. You could hear
yeah,
it building and building and building, and then when it came, everyone just lost it.
and everyone lost it almost at a little bit of a different
Yep,
pace
it was
because
that motherly pace, that motherly
yeah,
tone, that
but
deep
also like,
inside.
and Tommy, like the internet or whatever, the cell reception was so compromised. People are
Oh,
watching on different platforms.
yep,
Some people, people thought it was trending towards an acquittal with an OUI charge, but some people were hearing it first, and then it kind of rushed over the crowd like a wave.
yeah,
And then people are looking at each other in disbelief, and the tears started.
yep.
And then people are grabbing each other. And it was, I mean,
They wanted to see that it was real, like because
yeah,
like
like, am
it's
I in
real to
disbelief?
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like, you can't believe it because Team Read, and by Team Read, I mean all of you and your viewers, Team Read got kicked in the gut so many different times,
Oh,
from a legal not only from the whole, from the fact that Karen was wrongfully charged, et cetera, but then from the legal standpoint, all of the judicial rulings down to the judge not
It's
recusing
Supreme Court,
herself.
for Christ's sakes. Remember that?
Yes,
It, it,
yes.
it, everything. I don't know how they're standing. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I don't understand.
So I looked at all of the disbelief in everyone's eyes that turned to absolute joy, which turned to crying, which turned to um, almost like confusion. Like, is this really real? Like, am I really imagining this because I've been living this for so long? And yeah, it's real. These people are all cheering and screaming. I was so tickled pink to be there for it. I know there's,
I'm so glad you were there to experience. I really do, because it was something
yeah.
that how would I explain that to you, Nan? Like, where do you start?
I
Like,
just don't. I mean, it's one of those things. I know you're tired today. I know a lot of people feel pretty banged up, as you guys say in
yeah,
Massachusetts.
yep,
Um, but I truly believe that sometimes emotions, well, people experience emotions in waves. People experience emotions in um, over time. I think what's going to happen is as people are still starting to come down a little bit from this, but they're also still high on the fact that this happened,
yes.
and then there will be like a depression. I'm calling it now. People are going to feel like, oh my god,
I'm crashing right now, Nan, and
I
I
know.
know I am, and I got orange juice, and I'm drinking the heck out of it, but I'm still going down because it's all that it's
It's the adrenaline.
it's all coming out,
And
and
by the way, I want to apologize to you. I know you asked for me to be earlier, and then I said 1 o'clock, and then I was late. So I know you're
all
tired.
good. No, it worked out perfect. It's all listen. Things are perfect.
Can
Perfect.
I take a moment to tell your audience how much of an absolute gem Tommy was to me over the last few days? He always is. This is nothing new. But just specifically, if you haven't been watching Seeking Justice, um, over the last few days. Tommy, like he was my agent on Tuesday, walking me around and making sure I got to meet people and get to where I needed to go safely. The whole day, he was with me the entire day. I didn't ask him to. He was just there, and I loved it. He also went out of his way, and I know, Tommy, you're never going to admit this, but you like to rest early. He went all the way to the North Shore Nacho Night,
That was
which
fun.
I don't know how far that is from where you live, but I imagine it's not close. He went there to show support. I was there too. I think I may have been a reason he was going, and James Jackson was there. Um, and you were there late, Tommy. You left right around when I was leaving.
Yep.
I just wanted, and then yesterday I didn't get to see you as much because you were, being the goodwill ambassador, walking around kissing the babies and shaking the hands. But you were an absolute treasure to me. I always feel safe when you're near, and I hope that always lasts.
Uh, it's kind of you're our guest, so someone's gonna take that responsibility. Make sure that I don't know who's out there in the audience. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Oh
And
yeah, I
even when
got
you come to Boston, like people know that. I don't know the who's who, so I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Like I can't.
Oh,
You're
you're
our
so
guest.
sweet.
Not till that's not
You were the first person I met the first time I came up here. So I knew you knew who I was from
right.
the internet, but the morning I came, which was I believe March 4th, when I came for a hearing, and you went out of your way to like meet me at the top of the Deeds parking lot.
Yep.
And it was a friendship born, that's
That's
going to
right.
be everlasting. And I hope in the future you and Mike feel free to include me on anything you'd like. Like there's other work to be done, you
There
know?
is. And
The
and
Birchmore case, you've got
yep.
Enrique Delgado Garcia, you've got the issue with the nurses at the hospital and the brain
Big
tumors,
issue. Yep.
Turtle Boy, which, he's the hottest pot on the front burner right now.
Yep.
So I'm here if anyone ever needs me.
So, Nan, it was funny. People say like, I've had a life from life. We'll say I've experienced it all. One of the best things I can tell you guys is when Aiden first started, there were only 11 people that supported him. He had 11,
Really?
he had 11 people, and we used to use Facebook groups. And he'd write an article. We'd go to Facebook groups and post it, and he'd get a couple hundred hits, couple, maybe 1,000, 2,000. This is way, way, way when he first started. To see him then, and to see him now, he absolutely deserves this because you guys have no idea how hard he's worked to go from where he was to where he is. Well, I mean, what a huge transformation. And it's only gotten so much better in big huge jumps. And he's got a lot more to go. Like Howie Carr is our guy around here. Howie's gonna retire. We need someone else that's got the cojones to say it. And
Yeah.
I think he's got it. I think he's got that title.
You know
So
what's interesting about that, Tommy? First off, we don't have anyone like Howie Ka, as you say, or Turtle Boy on my planet. We don't have someone who tells it like it is and isn't afraid to call BS.
mhm,
So I'm a little jealous that you guys have someone like Howie Carr and you have Aiden who aren't afraid to ask the tough questions and to face the criticism with strength and some brashness. So I'm a little jealous of that. But also I love when I listen to Aiden on his shows. He'll say things like he talks about his beginnings, which I didn't know of him when he started out. And he talks about the fact that, hey, when I started I had this much of a little following, etc. But he's been plugging along, for over a decade now in this venue, perfecting his craft,
yep,
becoming I'm assuming becoming bolder in the process, having more confidence. And in fact, I believe, this is my personal view, that when he was asking the tough questions of many of the people who were claiming witness intimidation, against him. I know in my heart, when he was probably asking some of these tough questions, he felt emboldened. Like, I need to find out some of these answers because mainstream media isn't asking those questions. I love.
exactly.
I love how mainstream media is like so interested now on pointing their cameras at the thousands of people in the throng outside of the courthouse yesterday. They didn't really give much of a what about all of you along the way, but now you're all the story, which I find very hypocritical. But at the same time with Aiden, I also feel that he is he has said, like, if Karen got convicted, he would go into a deep dark depression for a
Yeah,
long time because
yep,
he seems to, I don't want to speak for him, so I'm just saying, he using words like, he seems to feel this so deeply, but
yes,
his confidence to me seemed unshaken, unwavering, and I know he knows things that other people don't know.
exactly. Of course he does.
Yeah. So when
And
he tells his story, and that may not be right away, I imagine. Like, I was thinking about that when I went out for a run earlier. I was like, I wonder if he's going to show all the receipts now, because he uses words like, I can't discuss it now, or
right,
when I can. But I don't know if some of the stuff he has can even come out after an acquittal of Karen until his dust has settled. So
right.
we'll have to see.
Oh, he'll have content for years. I'm sure of that.
That's
Um,
great.
but one of the things is, um, and this is one of the things that I don't think people can see because they see him as Aiden. And a friend of mine wanted to do the submittal for a Pulitzer Surprise, I think, and it's a lot of paperwork, but she wanted to do it, which she was.
Wow.
But when they were going after Aiden, right? Like they arrested him, they put him in jail, they took away all his devices, and they, you're big trouble, big trouble. You go felonies, felonies, all this stuff on him, on him, on him, right? They were just beating him down. But when he was at that bottom, they still couldn't beat him down enough. And look at where he is now. I don't think you can ever squash that. You can't stop that. And I think the state of Massachusetts gave it their all to squash him down into nothing. And guess what's happened? It's just reversed. The opposite's happened. He's gotten twice the size. So I can't again. I can't be happier for him. If it have, I mean, he's put the time in. He's put the dedication in. He deserves this. I mean, he's earned this. And this ain't the first time he's broken big stories. He broke a whole big overtime scandal that they had in the Mass Pike.
I know. It's funny you say that because now that I know of him since 2023, and then definitely recently, having met him personally, I now have gone back into his archives. And I'm saying archives, but just his older material.
Yep.
And it's really good. I the first time I ever streamed, I was on the Young Jerks and I said something like, not knowing what I was doing, I said something through the camera to Aiden, who probably never even saw it. But I said, Aiden, if you're watching, I think you're a really good writer. I admire that as an English major. And that is one of the reasons I gravitated towards him. And he is. And not only is he a good writer, he is a really good investigator and asks extremely logical questions. But beyond that, one of the attributes of him that I like most is he'll go on a rant, which is so commonsensical. Like he will slice and dice somebody on a rant with information he knows for 10 minutes and not stop. He'll like barely take a breath, just go on and on and on and on. And I love that. That actually reminds me of what lawyers do, which before I forget, I saw it in your chat. And I just got a notice on my phone here. It looks like Alan Jackson's on Howie Carr at 2:05.
Nice.
I don't know how that works, but
you go to howiecarr.com, I think, and you can listen to the computer.
Oh, well, what I was saying to you is if you wanted to listen to it while you were streaming, I'm happy to do that. But I don't know anything about copyright strikes or
listen, honestly, I'm ready to go to bed.
I know you are, baby. I know. I don't want to keep you.
No, it's just I think just you being here, it's overwhelming even more so because I know that you were here to witness what all of us witnessed all the time. And we were just begging for someone to believe us. And you did.
No, that's always what I heard from you.
Pedro did and all the other people, but you again, they took him away from us, right? They saw how effective he was, so that we had a void, and you stepped in and you filled that void for us. So,
I can never fill his void, But thank you.
There was a void. It's just not as deep right now. Mark has his own. There's love there. So, but
I love and respect.
It all makes sense now when I call you that.
Yeah,
because it just works, and everybody loves you, like because you just fit that mold as what we needed at the time. So
thank you so much.
We can't thank you, and I'm glad that you're a part of this. I mean, there's a reason God put you here with us, right?
There is, and there's a reason I'm not going away. You guys can't get rid of me. I've made too many connections. The amount of people who under normal circumstances I would have never given my cell phone number to. I have been giving my cell phone number out as if I wrote it on a bathroom stall. Like a lot of people have it now because I feel so close and connected to Free Karen Read supporters. So to any of them watching, like, please feel free to reach out. I'll give you guidance if I can. The amount of gifts that people are giving me is unbelievable. I don't need gifts. I like human connection. I think people are really sweet. And you all share this common goal, which you achieved it, but there's still work to be done. And I can't wait to see how that ends up looking. Is it going to be like, I know someone wrote in your chat a while back, hey, Nan, talk about the feds, you know? And I've always said the feds are still looking at this. They were
Yep.
before and they still are now. This
100%.
doesn't help. You know, I saw the footage of Tully standing outside on the street there
Why
when
does he be there?
he's a piece of shit.
I
Sorry.
don't understand why he's on the clock. I'm sure
I'll
he's
tell
not
you
being
exactly
arrested.
why. My feeling is, and I want to let your audience know, like, I definitely don't want to, I don't want to impede Alan Jackson's interview. So I'm mindful of the time, and I know Tommy's tired, but I believe Tully, and I didn't see all the footage. Maybe Buchanan was around too. I think Tully was standing around in the event there was a conviction, because if she was convicted, you know, he would have been there.
Oh, you think he'd be at the top of the stairs to walk her down away to perp walk her? Really?
100% perp walking or
Oh
just press
my God.
conferences.
Really?
Yeah. Oh,
It makes
yeah.
no sense in the world. What a jerk.
But let me tell you something.
Oh,
And I'm saying this knowing full well that I may go to 34 Fairview later. And people may think I'm certifiable by saying this, knowing I'm going to 34 Fairview later. But Tully is the biggest problem in this entire mess. Proctor, he was what he was. He was a bad actor. He got himself in the midst of this horribly run, flawed, deceptive investigation. He's a bad person. I don't like any of the things he said about Karen as a female, etc. But I'm going to hold Proctor aside, because with Proctor, you see what you get. Let's put
right.
him aside. Let's put Morrissey aside. And by the way, someone needs to step up and replace him pronto, to the point where once I get licensed up here, I'm thinking about replacing him.
I get you.
But
No problem. No, go ahead.
but but Tully, he's the key.
Yep.
Okay, so if the feds or the ice cream truck drivers are watching, look to Tully. Tully is the one who had not only his hands in everything, he was the intermediary between Morrissey and everyone else and the McAlberts. Tully is the one who I said he was standing outside yesterday. You know, and I'm not even listing everything. So, like, all of your audience, like, please forgive, because I don't know all of the nuances without looking at my notes. But he also, even down to what happened in this trial, you had Tully driving, I think it was Shannon Burgess. He's picking up witnesses, expert witnesses at the
Yes.
airport.
Yep.
Tully's the key. So,
Yep.
Tully, if you're hate watching right now, I'm so sorry that the verdict didn't go your way. But if I were you, I would focus less on buying the perfect brown shoe. And I would focus more on considering moving yourself out of this jurisdiction, because the feds are looking at you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was the boss. So he was absolutely the shot caller. I mean, he was absolutely one in charge.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
listen, if you move to New England, right?
Yep.
You like clam chowder?
Yes.
Lobster?
I love lobster. I love lobster rolls. I love clam chowder.
Do you guys have fluff down there?
Ooh, say it one more time.
Do you guys have fluff down there?
Sorry, you cut out time.
There's a reason for that. God hates me. Do you have fluff down there?
Yeah.
You know, peanut butter and jelly? It's a connection.
Yes.
Look at you there. Boy, it's funny. We start talking about Tully and look at what happens. Boom. I'll ask that question later. That's one of them New England things. See, I gotta ship some of that stuff down to Florida. My friend, they don't sell it down there for whatever reason. I don't understand that. There you are.
Okay. I missed every.
Oh, yeah. Coffee syrup is another thing we have up here. I'm just trying to let you know there's certain things that we have up here in New England that I'm not sure you guys have down south. So
Nice.
you'll get used to it up here. There's certain things, little things that make the difference. But,
Oh, that's good. But I don't want to get fat again, Tommy.
Nah, you'll be all right. You have winters for that.
Too much clam chowder will do me in. But I love. By the way, if anyone knows, I don't want to kind of say where I'm staying, but if anyone has any recommendations on places that have great lobster rolls or clam chowder, try to message me on X or my Facebook page. I'd love that.
There's somebody, one of my mods messaged me about that. I mean, they have like small, medium, and one that you can never finish. It's like for like a family of 5.
Oh
It's
my
just the
God.
best lobster roll I've ever seen.
Oh my God. That sounds
Yeah.
delicious.
So
Now I'm hungry.
so
By the way, well, one last little snippet of me about me. I know you're tired, and I want your audience to be able to
yeah,
listen.
we want to watch Ellen Jackson. Sure.
Cutting out, by the way.
Yeah, it happens. It's okay.
Okay. I didn't eat food. What day was it? Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. I stood boots on the ground all day.
Yep.
Then I went to nacho night. I didn't eat any food the entire day until I left nacho night at like, I got back by 11. I was eating.
Wow.
That was, don't ever do that, people.
No,
Like I was too busy kind of doing other stuff, and I didn't put myself first. And I got food to go from JJ Grimsby's, and I'm like eating it in my car, as you guys say.
yep.
So don't ever do that. But yes, I take better care of yourselves, and that's the best advice I can give all of you. As emotions and you move through it, and new information comes to light, and you're processing everything, make time for you, because you've invested so much time into this movement, into Karen, into Turtle Boy, into justice. Make some time for you and your emotional, physical time streaming. Get out for some vitamin D. But you'll be recharged, as you guys told, and you'll be better. But make that. Anyone who's putting food in, I'm not gonna. If you think I need to, I'm not gonna see your once I log.
Well,
Thank you.
now that we know, right?
Yes.
So, all right, Nan. Listen, enjoy the rest of the
So
day. Thank you for the time you spent with us. We really like you a lot, and we wish you the best. If you need anything up here, just give us a call. We're more than happy to help. I mean, we're only the internet away.
bad connection, but I say that. Hear me? A pleasure. I won't be a stranger. I love you all. Please send my best to Boston Mike as well.
I absolutely
Okay.
will.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Nan.
Keep showing up.
We got you. Thank you.
Take care.
Uh, isn't that awesome? We're blessed to have someone like that. We really are. The 2 minutes it takes, you know what I mean? Wow. Everybody, please thank Nan for the time that she gives us. We're blessed to have her even remotely part of our lives, as I am with you guys, just as much. So, with that said, I want you all to go listen to Alan Jackson. Turtle Boy, I think, is on tonight. I don't know if he's gonna do a show live. If it's just Turtle Club, I'm not sure about that, but he'll be on tonight, I'm sure. And yeah, um, yeah, we did it. We all did it. All of us. The AJ interview is it's on Howie Carr. Okay. So for that, but this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to share the screen from what happened yesterday. The people that want to stay here and watch this till the end can. Um, I just got, it's just from, I'm gonna let it run from yesterday. I have it. It's the last 7:50. It's the last there's 50 minutes of video, maybe 40 minutes. Call it 30. So it's just the the fans from yesterday when Kieran was found not guilty. All the work we put into it. So I'm just gonna let this play, and I'm gonna walk away. So I love you all. You all have a wonderful day. Thank you all for being here. Please like and subscribe. We do morning show, so we will see you guys in the morning. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
It said they're looking to set a date for sentencing.
Guilty on OUI. Yep. That's it. Drinking and driving. That's it. It's over. They're going to do sentencing right now.
All right. So, Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well? Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
The Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation 1 year, 2014 program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI? Okay. So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
It's over.
1 year probation.
1 year probation.
Number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year.
1 year probation, Tommy.
Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
He is not guilty.
Goodbye.
Did it. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you, buddy.
Tom.
Yeah, but, yeah.
Guilty on OUI.
What?
Guilty on OUI. You can't hear me.
It's just Lou. It's okay. What's up, Mike?
Guilty on OUI.
Oh, shit. Guilty on OUI?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go guilty on OUI. One year probation.
For a first offense, probation is more likely for a first offense, so we'll have to see what the sentence is.
It's over, folks. It is over. 1 year probation. Tom, flip it around if you can. Oh, I don't know what he's doing. Perfect. I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. Wow. What a day.
Yes, baby.
I know, huh? In a long time. Long time. No, it's OUI guilty.
So will they give her a punishment right away?
Yeah, they did one year probation. One year probation.
But Mike,
1 year probation. Throw it in. Throw it.
one year probation. That's all right. Yeah, good behavior. There we go. Later on. Uh-oh. Starting. Is that Aiden right there? Yeah. I know, of all times not to have it. Oh, it's like the buffer zone, right? We're all kind of going to be in big photos here. Aiden's up here. I'm going to try and catch him as he comes by. Yeah, he's right over here.
Yeah, after the pizza, right?
Yeah.
I want to hear him speak. Should go to the waterfall. What is that?
Three over there. The state police got a drone right there. At the drone. Hope she don't see me behind her. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's right. Should I start saying na 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 na?
Listen to Dina. She's trying to move people back. Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
No one even moved.
What's up?
Nothing bad. We're all good.
What the hell? I can't believe it.
When I put the camera up, is that a good shot for you guys, Mike? I can barely hear you. I heard that all the way up here.
Serve. He'll drink until he can't, like, he would be swimming. He'll drink for weeks. My mom I know. I got a little. You have it serious. No, that's good. That's great. Yeah. You got confident, right? Right? You can say it. I have a pool. I put him in the pool. He drinks the entire night. save your water for you if you want to. I know. He's gonna pass out in the car. Mickey. Come see Bella. You don't want to stay after she comes out, right? No. He's should be back. No. Good boy.
know we did it. I'm telling you. I haven't got there yet. So much. Thank you so much, Sue.
Never expect.
I know.
I never will.
I'm still here. Still here. No doubt. Yeah, well, you get to Sandra next week to hear that house. Even worse than this year. See the drone up there? See the drone? It's on there. Right there. Right there. Nope. Holding the camera.
Yeah, right? Like now it's like water.
Right. I know. See you. Long time coming, have you? Too long.
And I'm like by myself.
Yeah, where's everybody? Yeah. Oh my God. Get to know you are.
Come over here. Don't have Christmas cake.
There's the drone. The drone's back.
2 helicopters.
The drone. Drone, helicopter, helicopter, helicopter. Yeah.
She doesn't want you in her bag. Stop. Oh my God, Katie. Oh, please. She doesn't want you in her bag. I know, I think I might be there at 5:30, but I'm gonna try to get there first. Alright, babe, I'll get there. I thought that was a water gun.
I don't know what it was.
Yeah. Come on, bring her out. I know. I need one. See? Look, you have water here. Just text me, bro. You're on the news. Shut up.
Sorry.
I know you're actually.
Maybe they want them in the picture. Maybe they don't want the photo op in the picture. You know what I mean? I always have fun.
Yes.
Yes, it did. It's got to be it.
Pete, this is important. Oh, someone's gonna.
Yeah.
I promise. I promise.
No. Sorry about that. Made it. amazing, isn't it?
Oh my God.
Hell yeah. Absolutely awesome. You can't ask for better than this. That's what it's all about, man. Get it. Oh, everybody did it. We all did it. Cold, the rain, the fucking, all the bullshit that goes along with it, the walk ride. Amazing. All right. Been a long ride. You're welcome. Wait to see what I do next. The motorcycles are going to stop all the traffic right now before she goes up there. So
Awesome.
they're gonna stop it and they're gonna be she get the fast pass, we'll call it. After they just screwed her for 3 years,
She's gonna go on the stage.
she gets a free ride in traffic today. The least they can do for the poor girl. Oh my God. Really.
She's going to say, "Bye, what else?" Oh my God.
Thank God.
She'll get a.
All right, well, that was unexpected.
My man, you did unbelievable work.
Thank you, my friend.
Really well
Yeah,
outstanding.
buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Did my best, all I can do, right?
Let me tell you something. I want to.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people did too, you know?
Well, I'm talking to you right now.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you for noticing. I do appreciate it. Thank you, brother. Have a good night. So hard to get compliments. Jesus Christ. Long day. Absolute long day. Wow. So for everybody that's here, please that like, subscribe, thumbs up, all that good stuff helps. And for everyone that's contributed to the channel, I greatly appreciate it. It's a thing, so now we move on to bigger and better things, right? Keep going. Helicopters are still all over the place. Horns are beeping. It's kind of like World Series type of stuff. Hard to describe, but very real to feel. To feel it, it's very real feeling. Oh, thank you very much. You're good. You're good. All right, back up. You're good. Hold on. All right, it's all you. Little more. Little more. Good. You got, yeah. Clear. Keep going. You good? Good, good, good. You're welcome. All sorts of noise happening now. Bye. You're welcome, ladies. Thank you. Have a good night, guys. Bye, guys. Made it to home base. Kinda. Oh, feels good to sit down. Undercover going away. Sorry to take away your work, buddy. Oh, yeah. Oh. All right, check. Start the car. Take off the tie. Ah, man. Somebody's tired. And my jacket is not here, is it? Damn it. Oh, look at Karen. Police escort on the highway. Fucking love that. Look at, they shut down the highway. Oh my word. Really? Ugh. Wow. Well, everybody, it's been a long journey. I don't know what else to say other than that. It's been tough. Hasn't been easy. Thank you. It hasn't been easy, and nothing ever is it? Nothing ever is. But we did it.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. From CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ted Daniel, and with me is Peter Tragos. He's an attorney based in Florida. He goes by Lawyer You Know. He follows a number of trials, and he's been all over this one. His commentary's been great, and I appreciate him coming back to talk the last week of testimony in the Karen Read trial and sort of everything that's happened so far. Peter, can you believe we're near the end here?
It's really wild. I mean, it's a second trial is usually, in my opinion, not this different to the first trial as it was here. So many differences, different angles taken, different witnesses called, different strategies by the lawyers, different prosecutor. So it's really been a wild ride through these two trials. And now to think that we're going to have a jury verdict at any time now is pretty wild.
Yeah, the packaging from both sides has been different. The defense, I think, went more on the trying to disprove an alleged collision. The prosecution was more streamlined. Lally called everyone and their brother. Brennan did not do that. In terms of effectiveness from both sides, what's your take?
I think both sides were more effective this time. From a presentation standpoint, as a lawyer watching it, it was much cleaner, much smoother, much simpler. And usually you want to streamline things as a lawyer. That's part of our job. But I will say the incredible difference in how the evidence was presented, I think, favors the defense, because say what you want about Lally's presentation style. It's not my favorite. I understand some people thought it was boring. Some people thought it was hard to understand. But he really painted the picture of all these people would have to be wrong if this was some kind of conspiracy or cover up or fight or whatever, because all these people were in the house. All these people saw it was snowing. All these people walked by the yard. All these people said John O'Keefe didn't come here. All these people seem to not like Karen Reed. And the defense, on the other hand, was saying, well, all these people are involved in a conspiracy, a cover up, the whole town, everybody, law enforcement, judges, prosecutors, you name it, they're all involved. That was completely pushed to the side this trial. And the Commonwealth tried to prove a car accident happened. Karen Reed's Lexus hit John O'Keefe. And the defense said, well, listen here, that's not what the data and the science shows. We've got doctors, medical examiners, engineers showing that's impossible. Taillight couldn't have broken like that. Arm wouldn't look like that. He wouldn't have passed away like that. It doesn't make sense. The investigation was so bad, so we don't even know if there was somebody else involved, but we know it wasn't a car accident. And frankly, it was more likely a dog bite or dog scratch. And I think that simplicity has helped the defense.
The lawyering in this case has been diabolical. I mean, it's on both sides. That's what happens when you get really good lawyers. And as you know, lawyers can make an argument out of pretty much anything. We got some of the final decisions by Judge Cannoni. She, as expected, said no, she's not going to approve the required finding of not guilty. It's my understanding that that's more just sort of something you do. It happens in all the cases. It rarely gets approved. Is that correct?
Yeah, you almost never win that, especially in cases like this, but it does protect the record for appeal. It protects a lot of your arguments that you may make later. And there are some that you waive if you do not make this motion. So it's basically like checking a box.
Defense says they're not going to go with a full third-party culprit. So Karen Reed earlier had used the word hybrid, and that's what David Yannetti discussed in court. He said, essentially, we're going to use that in conjunction with a Bowden defense. What's a Bowden defense, and what does that mean?
A Bowden defense is attacking the police investigation, everything they did, how they didn't secure the crime scene, how the evidence was found, the issues with the videos and the Sally Port and Proctor's texts, and everything involved with law enforcement, the struggles, the problems, the leaf blower, the red Solo cups, all the problems with the investigation is basically couched under the Bowden defense. And when you're marrying the third-party culprit with that, instead of proving Brian Higgins did this, you can say stuff like, we know Brian Higgins was at the waterfall. He looked at John kiss Karen on the head. We saw him motion over. Maybe Brian Higgins did this, but we're never going to be able to find out because the investigation was so bad. So nobody's ever going to know what happened that night. And that is because of the lack of investigation, the poor investigation, the malfeasance in the investigation, whatever words they want to use. That's how you marry the two together usually.
Okay. And the defense also surprised me. They withdrew their request for a missing witness instruction. They wanted to tell the jury that, hey, Brennan could have called Trooper Proctor, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, but he didn't. And so the jury should infer that, there's something negative there, but they're not going to do that. What do you think about that decision?
So this is when I have to kind of qualify and couch in where we're recording this and when people might be listening. Right. I haven't seen the entire charge conference yet. I will watch that. Also, a lot of people may have already seen closing arguments, which we haven't seen. So we're kind of doing some guesswork here. It's important, I think, to give that qualification. But I'm a little surprised because I think that's a perfect instruction for this case, dealing with Higgins, Proctor, and Albert. for them to be able to argue a negative inference, I would still absolutely expect Alan Jackson or whoever does closing to say they didn't call Michael Proctor, but here's what we know about Michael Proctor. He's definitely going to argue a negative inference. I would think if he doesn't, I'd be completely shocked. But then again, only an hour and 15 minutes for closing. Maybe he's going to focus more on the science, the data, the lack of accident, the more likely nature of a dog bite and dog scratch. So it's a lot of surprising things have happened in this case with some of the strategy for the lawyers. And I'm really interested to see if we talk to any jurors afterwards. I'm really interested to see how it worked.
Yeah. So, and you're right on the hour 15, the judge sort of split it. I think Jackson had won in an hour 30. Originally, the judge, I think, was considering an hour. And so that's what you get. I think both lawyers could probably talk for days if they were given permission to do that. But thankfully, that's not going to happen. On the flip side, the Commonwealth says it is withdrawing its request for a consciousness of guilt instruction. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you give concessions whenever you go through this process. You get a feel of what the judge is going to do. If the other side's giving some, maybe you give some. We've seen that with some of the PowerPoints and exhibits that were entered into evidence, some agreements, some not. So I just think from this point, they're still going to argue it. They're still going to argue those were confessions. They're still going to argue she knew what she did. So just because there's not a jury instruction doesn't mean none of those arguments are going to come in for the lawyer. It just means what is the judge going to instruct the jury on?
The final witness, and I think it's telling based on the fact that the defense has been so keyed in on trying to hit the point that their data shows there was no car crash. So they end with Dr. Andrew Rentschler. And one thing that I could see is there really is a difference in a paid witness and then someone who doesn't do this for a living. I mean, Rentschler earned his money. Absolutely. He pushed back on Brennan like no one else that I've seen in this trial. And Brennan went round and round trying to get him to say that, the testing that they did wasn't accurate and, that the Rescue Randy is not an official crash test dummy. But every single time he did that, Rentschler would say, well, it doesn't matter if there was no collision. How effective do you think Rentschler was by dropping that probably 20 times in front of the jury?
Incredibly effective. And I think it is important for everybody just to realize how important it is to listen. If you listen to what the person is saying to you, the questions that they're asking, you can give the appropriate answers. If you guess and you think you know where they're going and you're already answering the question or you're already giving the answer before even listening to the question, that can get you in a lot of trouble. And I think what you said about professional witnesses being so important, if you just look at the difference between Dr. Russell, trial 1 versus trial 2, almost no experience, didn't really do it at all. Trial 1, thrown into it. Trial 2, she was able to prepare with this defense team, considerably better trial 2. And Rentschler was considerably more in-depth trial 2, much longer witness trial 2. And I agree, he was pushing back appropriately and professionally and very calm demeanor. He wasn't combative like I think Welcher felt a few times with defense counsel when he was being cross-examined. So he just did a really good job.
Yeah, I think Brennan has been successful getting under the skin of certain witnesses, but he was not able to do that with Dr. Rentschler. One of the things that Brennan brought up was Rentschler is apparently seen in the HBO Max documentary Body in the Snow in the background of the war room or where the Reed team had been during the first trial and eating a ham sandwich. And I'm wondering if the jury kind of got all that. He almost went after Rentschler's character, saying that Rentschler was laughing it up with, members of the defense about something. I think it was a question that Lally had and his response to it. I mean, is that your take on that? That he's going after his character, saying that hey, this is not a good guy or something like that?
I think he's trying to make him seem like pompous, like a jerk, like, oh, it's so funny. These lawyers are so stupid. They don't understand what I do. And he's so in bed with the defense team, hanging out with them after eating ham sandwich, shooting the crap. To me, that all depends on the jury. And when you have a jury that's with you, if they were with Hank Brennan and they liked Hank Brennan, and they thought he was a great job and a white knight fighting for justice, they'll probably be with him and be like, what a jerk. Why would he be in the documentary? He loves Karen Reed that much. That's so weird. They're not with you. they're probably very annoyed you're talking about a ham sandwich. They think you're mocking this witness. They think you're wasting their time. What does that have to do with whether or not a car accident? Is that all you have, Hank Brennan? So it really depends on the way the jury is starting to feel at this point. They're probably with one side or the other by this time in the trial. And that's going to probably filter the way they look at that exchange.
One of the things that Dr. Rentschler spoke about was he went over x-rays that were taken. And that's an issue because previous witnesses for the Commonwealth said there were no x-rays, but the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on O'Keefe took them. Is that, I mean, there are some people who are going to say that was intentional and that's hiding evidence. You think that was just a mistake that the prosecution made, that maybe initially they didn't know their x-rays were there, or that wasn't shared with their witnesses?
So usually I don't like to use myself as a example of what a juror might be thinking, but this moment stuck out to me because when Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert, said there were no x-rays. So we don't think there were fractures. There were no reported fractures, but there could have been because there were no x-rays. And if we really wanted to rule it out, we'd have x-rays. And I thought, I watched the whole first trial. I don't remember them talking about x-rays.
They didn't.
Why would they not x-ray? And if they didn't x-ray, why did the Commonwealth last trial, why did Lally just agree there were no fractures in his arm? And then my jaw dropped when we find out later there were x-rays and the defense did not cross Welcher on it. So I don't know if everybody was thinking like I was, like, well, holy crap, were there no x-rays? And they went back and looked and there were x-rays. I don't know if everybody knew and it was strategic, but how it came across to me, the testimony was close enough in time to where I remember vividly that Welcher said that. And I thought that was a good point. I was like, I can't say for certain there were no fractures then, because there could be hairline fractures and then it gets blown out of the water. And at that point, I'm like, they're sick. Their ship is sunk. Like that is such a huge problem for them that they're making arguments like that. Brennan's asking questions like that. I mean, from my perspective, it was a huge deal, exactly the way it came out. And I think probably part of the reason that Welcher wasn't called again on rebuttal.
Okay. All right. That would make sense. And Dr. Isaac Wolf, the Miami neurosurgeon, was also asked about the fact that, he said, well, I couldn't look at that because there were no x-rays. And I'm not sure if you'd be aware of that, but is that standard operating procedure when an autopsy is done, that x-rays of the body are taken when it's something that could be a homicide case?
So I don't remember Dr. Wolf saying that. That's the problem. It really, because again, he was a little while back, but Welcher, it sticks in my mind. And frankly, Wolf is the brain guy. So he shouldn't have been commenting on the arm anyways, I would have said. But anyways, yes, it is, especially though, when there's that type of injury and damage done to the exterior of the arm, you definitely would x-ray that in a situation like this.
And why it's important to the defense and, was hammered home in their witnesses is their argument that, hey, there was no breaks in his arm or, his legs. And that was definitively seen in the x-ray photos. And that's something that you heard a lot from with Dr. Elizabeth La Posada, who is the medical examiner that the defense hired. She used to be the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, but now does consulting. So she is a paid witness. And I just want to check my notes. A couple of things that she said. One thing that's kind of stuck out for me, and I don't know how you reach this conclusion, but she's the expert. She said, okay, so John O'Keefe had this massive skull fracture, but it had a pattern to it. There was a pattern to this skull fracture that indicated he hit something like ridged or, not a smooth surface. And she was asked by the defense, well, was there anything outside 34 Fairview Road that would be consistent that could cause the injury that he had? And she said, based on pictures that she saw, no. And also that there would have been the possibility of grass in the head wound, and there was no grass in the head wound. Is that, I've never heard that level of wound analysis before. Is that revelatory, or is that kind of what MEs are able to discern?
So I and I also know the defense was really trying to slip in there the pictures inside the garage, and there was some concrete
Yes.
stuff in the garage. But
I want to talk
it
about that
didn't
after
come
this.
and it was struck. But so here's what I'll say about that. I did not find that overly effective personally.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was because Dr. Isaac Wolf explained it. The other Emmy explained that it absolutely could happen falling on the ground like this. That's how I kind of compare experts. I think there were certain things that were overwhelmingly convincing from Dr. La Posada. That's not one that I really felt. I felt like when I weighed what everybody said, it could have happened on a ridge. It could have happened on flat ground. The most effective part of that to me was not that she proved it was a ridge, but that if it did hit flat ground, it would be more star-shaped. I could logically understand that as far as the head injury. I personally didn't find it that effective, but it's exactly how you determine and weigh different evidence. And I found the lack of fractures in the arm or anywhere on the lower extremities to be so compelling that when there were no x-rays in my mind for that couple days, I was like, maybe I'm giving that too much weight. And then we hear about the x-rays and boom, the weight is given to it again. So that's kind of how I weigh expert testimony when I hear it. And that's what I thought when I heard about the head injury. Same as you, you're like, I didn't really understand how she was proving that pattern, but she did say it. I felt the same way.
Speaking of the garage, members of the Reed family told me first time several years ago that they believe John O'Keefe was attacked in the basement of 34 Fairview Road. So what's the deal with the garage?
My only guess is that their investigator went out there to take measurements and take pictures. He was able to look in the garage. He saw us there on the garage. They felt like, oh, maybe that'll fit our theory of creating some reasonable doubt. I don't know that it's a real theory. I don't know that they can actually prove it. I think they're just trying to give the jury other options. If you want my honest opinion, because I've heard the basement, the weight bench, the dumbbells. I've heard all sorts of different theories. So I think they're just trying to throw a theory out there and try to give the jury, if they're sitting back there, a jury usually wants to know what happened. If they're going to say not guilty, then how could this have possibly happened? Maybe they'll sit back there and say, there was a stair in the garage. Could have been that. And if you give them an option of what could have happened, kind of like a third-party culprit, if not her, then who? Maybe it was Higgins. Maybe it was Albert. We don't know because the investigation was so bad. Defense attorneys like to provide those options to jurors.
Robert Alessi made an argument for a mistrial that regarding the fact that Hank Brennan showed John O'Keefe's sweatshirt and there were holes in the back of it. And he asked questions about those holes. And he asked a question about those holes, inferring that those were part of the collision. Well, it turns out those holes were made by the state police for testing. Brennan admitted he made a mistake here. On appeal, how powerful is that issue?
So from my perspective, in conjunction with some of the statements and questions and actions of Hank Brennan throughout the trial, I think the defense is going to have a pretty strong prosecutorial misconduct argument on appeal. He continues to say things like, well, don't details matter? Or, well, that's not what you said before. Or because Mr. Alessi told you to ask for every transcript. When he does those windups, we as lawyers know you can't. Defense lawyers sometimes do them. They'll push, they'll talk about the garage, because if a defense lawyer wins, it's over. They're not going to get an appeal. Double jeopardy. But prosecutors are usually a lot more careful, and he hasn't been. He has gone overboard doing that. So in conjunction with things like asking questions that you either knew were false, you either knew those holes came from the criminalist, is that what they called her?
Yeah.
Or
Maureen Hartnett. Yep.
Right. Or you should have known, because that's your testimony, your witness, your evidence. So you either knew or should have known. You can't make those mistakes. He admitted it. Most judges would not declare a mistrial at that point, but they would have given a much stronger instruction, which Judge Cannoni did not. I know they were still kind of arguing and pushing for more. So I don't know if that ended up happening, but she should have admonished Hank Brennan in front of the jury to try and take away some of that sting. And on appeal, you would have said, well, the jury knew the prosecutor was wrong and maybe had a negative view of the prosecutor. And if they still convict her, then it makes it less of an appellate issue. But that's just not how it came out with the instruction.
Yeah, I mean, the defense, there certainly seems to be, there's no love between the defense and Judge Cannoni. That's clear. But, and I guess it's a fine line. I remember covering the second Aaron Hernandez trial in Boston, and it was Jose Baez and his team. And Baez felt that he was getting a bad shake from the judge. And he stood up in court and said that to the judge. You are not treating us fairly. And it actually changed. The judge actually said, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to sort of change my demeanor with you. And it worked. I don't think that would necessarily work with Judge Cannoni.
No, because Judge Canoni doesn't come across as like a jerk to me. She just kind of comes across as exacerbated and frustrated. And a lot of judges, that's kind of their personality. And the lawyer they think is maybe causing more of the problems is who that's more directed to. And they have a lot of other thoughts and things that they see in the background that I think cause them to react and to act that way that sometimes we don't always see. So I don't think there was really much the defense was going to do to change that.
All right. So we could have a verdict at any time now. Depending on when people are watching this, I guess if I was going to put a day on it, my guess would be Wednesday. What's your thought?
Honestly, if it wasn't for the last trial, I would say by the end of the day, Monday. They start talking about it Friday. They work through it Monday. And by the end of the day, Monday, they're done. We've been here for, 32 days or whatever it's been. That's what I would have guessed. Based on the last trial, though, you're probably right. It's probably going to last longer than you'd expect.
Because all it takes is like a couple people on either side to be absolutely, decide that they're not going to move either way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very likely in a case like this, especially. But again, that's why I like that it doesn't feel as much of a juxtaposition between Karen Read, somebody accused of murder, and cops, because when you do that, then you can have people really entrenched. It doesn't quite feel like that this time. This time, it seems like a simpler question before the jury. Did a collision happen? And I think it's possible all those jurors are like, I don't think it happened. So how can we convict her if they didn't prove a collision happened? They're much more likely to say that than 50 people, including cops and federal agents, are involved in a conspiracy. It's much less likely that 12 people would ever agree on that.
Yeah. And that, as we said, that's how the defense ended. That is sort of the crux of this trial, of the case that they're putting forward. Just so everyone knows, we are working with Peter to see the possibility of him joining us for verdict on our broadcast on Act TV. Obviously, we're still working that out because Peter has his own stream and he's got a huge audience, and people are going to be wanting his opinions and going through that. So if it does work, hopefully that would be great. But we'll see. We'll talk about that further. Peter, you've been amazing to give me all the time that you've given. Hopefully we can do this once more, you and I, when everything's all said and done.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for having me. It's been fun. It's been a wild ride.
Yeah, it has. It's been an absolute, it's like, I don't know what, I got to go back to go back to my real job after this. And it's like, I've been so engrossed in my life has just been for 3 years now. This has been it. This is all, people want to talk about. And it's going to be a wind down, I guess. Probably the best way to say it. All right, dude. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And appreciate your time. All right, for the third week in a row, we are fortunate to have Peter Tragos, lawyer joining us to talk the Karen Read case. And Peter, we were just talking before we started recording. I was kind of interested, you're a lawyer, you have a firm. How do you juggle your streaming and following a case as close as you do with your practice?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot if you look at it from the outside, but I have a lot of help from a lot of people that work at the firm. I really enjoy it, but my calendar is something I have to stick to every single day. And I used to listen to a bunch of sports podcasts, fantasy football, college football, and now I pretty much only listen to trials. So I've gotten a lot worse at all of that because I'm listening to so many of these cases and hearings and things going on in the true crime world. The 2.5 times speed on YouTube is amazing. So at lunch, I can listen to 2.5 hours, later in the afternoon. So basically it takes me maybe 2 or 3 hours of listening as if it were a podcast on 2.5 times speed.
All right, so I was on the alternate list. So as you know, the court system is set up. There's so many people who want to get into the trial. There's only like 10 seats for reporters. It's called the randomizer. I call it the Danielizer because I haven't been super successful in getting in, but I was an alternate this week and actually got in every day. Court ended for the week Wednesday. The judge actually said things were moving ahead of schedule, which, surprised us all because that certainly didn't happen in the first trial. Felt like we were always trying to catch up. And Karen Read at least said that prosecution only has one more witness to go. So a much more packaged case from Hank Brennan than we got the first time around from Adam Lowy, who went through, just witness after witness who may have not even had sort of a direct correlation to the events.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was only one witness left. I would assume that's Dr. Welcher, obviously the accident reconstructionist, who may take a couple days. But that would mean the Commonwealth's going to be done next week. That also makes sense. I saw some people watching getting frustrated that, we're ahead of schedule. Why can't we just keep going? Why do we have to stop or get back on schedule just because we're ahead of schedule? When it comes to experts like Dr. Isaac, like Welcher, like Burgess even, they have to be scheduled ahead of time. So if Welcher was planning on being here Tuesday, just because they finished on Wednesday doesn't mean he's going to show up on Thursday. It's just not how it works. That's why we said forget it as the trial goes. That's why Judge Cannone said forget it on Thursday. We weren't planning on being in on Friday. Monday's a holiday. So Welcher was supposed to come Tuesday. Welcher's going to come Tuesday. And that's what's going to happen. That's why it seems like we're wasting a couple days. But really it's because you couldn't just get him to shift in there as if he's a lay witness, as if he's a law enforcement witness who can just come show up to the courthouse whenever you need him.
Let's talk about sort of the drama that happened yesterday. All of a sudden, the court starts a little bit later. They've been really good about starting a little after 9. Yesterday didn't start till 9:30 or so. First thing Judge Cannone says out of the gate is, hey, I got to talk to every juror individually, shuts the camera off. Everyone gets kicked out of the courtroom. The courtroom's on the second floor. You couldn't even hang out on the second floor. They wanted everyone downstairs. But an hour later, all 18 jurors come filing back in. So nobody got kicked off. I asked Karen, hey, what was the deal with that? She said she couldn't say, other than these kind of things happen. What's your take of what likely happened that would cause Judge Cannone to want to speak to all the jurors?
If you remember from the first trial, or if you followed the Murdaugh trial at all, in such a high profile case, we have heard jurors inadvertently seeing things, hearing things, being told things outside the courtroom. It could be on social media. It could be you on TV. It could be, some other local channel where somebody's talking about something, jurors walking by, jurors at dinner, getting lunch on the weekend at a sports bar, and it comes up on the TV and they see something. And maybe they let the court know. It could be a juror just happens to be talkative, and during lunch breaks or something like that, they mention something about the case that they shouldn't. And another juror that's more sensitive brings it to the court or the bailiff or somebody's attention. Hey, somebody's talking about this case. It didn't seem like it was egregious or it rose to the level of somebody needing to be struck. But many times a judge will want to talk to every single juror to say, did you see that? Did you hear that? Is it affecting you? Has that juror said stuff to you before? If it's an individual juror issue, and it seems like she was able to talk to every juror, neither side, actually, we don't know if either side really pushed for one of these jurors to get struck. We also don't know, because a lot of times when you get information like this, as a lawyer or as a party like Karen Reed, you can start to get an understanding. That juror that said X, Y, or Z, are they good for me? Are they bad for me? If they're bad for me, I'm going to try to say that's prejudicial. We need to get them off. Or the Commonwealth, we need to get them off. If it's good for me, you fight to keep them on. If it's neutral, it's usually a pretty easy discussion, Judge. Let's just keep them on. But there can be discussions about saying maybe we can make that person an alternate if we don't need them, depending on what they said or did.
So the jury spends a lot of time together. They meet in a parking lot. They take a coach bus to court. They have lunch together. Then they'll head back. Are they allowed to discuss it all amongst themselves, just sort of privately, sort of what they've heard so far, and not necessarily giving an opinion, but let's say, hey, I have in my notes that this person said this. Do you have that? Can they do that?
No. They can discuss what they had for lunch, what their kid does, what school their kids go to, what they do for extracurricular activities. They cannot discuss the case. They can't discuss the facts. Did you get this? Did you get that? What did you think of that witness? Oh, I went to the same college. I know that degree doesn't exist. Whatever it may be, they cannot talk about that kind of thing that will have any effect on how they see the case. It's supposed to be completely independent, which the Delphi case, Richard Allen, they were allowed to discuss the trial. That's the first I've ever heard of a jurisdiction doing that. I've never practiced in a jurisdiction or tried a case in a jurisdiction where they're allowed to discuss it at all.
All right, you did the perfect segue to degrees in education. Shannon Burgess from the firm Aperture, prosecution witness. He analyzed events in Karen Reed's car, sort of from the black box, the text stream data, and events on John O'Keefe's phone. And what his conclusion was that Karen Reed made a 3-point turn, then she drove in reverse based on what the Lexus data revealed, and that the whole sort of key, and it took hours to get there, and so much technical stuff that you got to wonder if it goes over the jury's head. But the whole key of his testimony was him saying that that event with Karen reversing matches the time of John's last interaction with his iPhone. You think the jury got that?
I think some of them probably did. I think, as with a few of the Commonwealth witnesses, you can see where they're trying to go. You can see what they're trying to set up with their timeline. It can get kind of confusing in the details, but I think overall there are probably some jurors that did get that from his direct. And I do think that can be compelling. You're setting up the timeline. We heard trial one juror say Karen was there, Carr was there, John was there, everybody was drunk, so we can see how this accident happened. Well, no, if you add a few elements to that, John's phone was there at this time. Karen Reed's car was there and backed up at 24. He didn't really say the miles per hour, but I assume we're going to get that.
Yep.
Her car backed up at this time, right about the same time, with a little clock variance of when his phone stopped moving and working forever for the rest of his life. I think that can be compelling to some of the jurors sitting there who are looking on how to piece this together. How's the Commonwealth going to piece this together? And that can be very important building blocks.
But of course, this all comes in a new report that the defense says was not dropped on them until May 11th. And that Burgess just said, all I did was sync the times up between the phone and the Lexus because they're off by like 20 seconds or so. And that was a huge issue for the defense. They actually tried to keep that testimony out. Judge Cannoni sided with the prosecution, said, no, it is coming in. Outside of court, after Shannon Burgess finished, Karen Reed said, okay, yeah, that timeline is junk because we have John O'Keefe still moving or his phone's still active after. One of the things that Brennan did was immediately after Shannon Burgess' testimony, where he gave these times, he showed a video from the ID Max interview that Karen Reed did from that series that aired. I asked her after court, I said, like, how do you know then? How did you know when John died?
Interview. How did you come up with that time yourself? That 1225 time.
And that was based on phone data that we have that everyone has seen now.
I mean, I don't really think any of the comments she's made on any of these interviews have helped her. The prosecution's the one playing them and picking which ones to clip and putting them in their series of the case and where they think the context helps them the most. So you're going to assume they're going to be better for the prosecution. And that's what I think most of the clips have been. I think there are aspects of them that can help the defense as well, where she's just wrong. And frankly, if I was her, I would think maybe I thought it was 12:25 or 12:30 because that's when I had left, because that's the only way I can get back to his house by 12:36. I would have had to leave before 12:30 because it takes me more than 6 minutes to get home. Those are the types of things that I think we haven't heard a lot from the timeline. I think the Commonwealth has done their job and try to make the timeline fit what they say the data says, which is what they said they're going to do in opening statements, which is why it was such a big deal that Shannon Burgess changed his report. And I think that is a judge question. And the reason it's a judge question as to whether or not to allow him to do that is the sting is never as much to the jury when they hear, you did an updated report in the middle of trial. We weren't able to react to this. We may know how it feels as a lawyer and as a judge and people following the case. The jury may be like, what's the big deal? He told you before he testified. It's just a clock variance. I don't see the big deal, when in this case, minutes and seconds can be incredibly important.
And I was really impressed with Bob Alessi with his cross of Shannon Burgess. Bob just has a way of he's sort of subtle, but he definitely hits his points. He certainly seems like a seasoned defense trial attorney.
Absolutely. And he's methodical. He doesn't care if the judge rushes him. He doesn't care if people like his style. He's going to do it the way he knows how to do it. And he's a great example of don't try to emulate somebody. Be yourself. Be the best version of yourself. I could never be like Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi could never be like Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson can never be like David Yannetti. You got to take your own personality, your own flavor, the way you do it, perfect it, be prepared, work hard, and it can be incredibly effective. You can see there's not just one way to skin a cat, as they say, as a lawyer. There are different ways to be extremely effective as a trial lawyer.
And one of the things that Alessi was very effective at was questioning Burgess's credentials. The issue was that his LinkedIn and some of the profiles that he had talking about his education showed a bachelor's degree that he's never actually obtained. Do you think some of the jurors, once they heard that, immediately said, all right, I can't really, I might have to take his testimony with a grain of salt based on that?
I think there's probably jurors in different buckets. There's probably some jurors that thought exactly what you said. Forget this guy. How could you lie about that? Some jurors that think, well, you shouldn't even be able to be an expert without a bachelor's degree, which is not true. But because it was highlighted so much in this, and because of his discrepancies and inaccuracies that he had to put on LinkedIn or his resumes, I think there will be some jurors there. I think there will be some jurors that think, oh, whatever, Bob Alessi was mean. I've had cases where we thought we destroyed experts. Some jurors thought, wow, I couldn't believe anything that expert said. And other jurors were like, I felt bad for him. He's just trying to do his job. And then there will be jurors that I think will wait and say, like you said, maybe with a grain of salt, let's compare that with the defense expert. If they're more reliable, they're more credible, they're more educated, maybe I'll believe what they say over what Mr. Burgess says.
Yeah. And, Burgess never seemed to, we've seen other witnesses almost get sort of hostile. He never did that. He kind of kept his cool. But I mean, Alessi was just really good about hitting that point. It's like there's multiple ways to attack something. He attacked it from every way possible. So it hits home. He wanted that to stick with the jury, that there were issues. And what Burgess said was, hey, I'm not even submitting this stuff. This is all my company. And they're the ones who incorrectly listed a degree I had. But I mean, to me, that just seems like common sense 101. Like you can't have, that's a loose end, right? You can't have that loose end if you're testifying in the biggest murder trial in the country.
I actually thought his testimony was pretty good for the Commonwealth compared to a lot of their witnesses. He was lining that timeline up. He explained away the time discrepancy that I thought was going to be a big deal. I thought he did a pretty good job with that, that if it wasn't for that huge credibility issue, I thought he could have been a really good witness for the Commonwealth. But if I was on the jury, I'd be like, wow, that is insane that this guy would do something like that. It's like diabolical that he would do something like that, out-facing to clients trying to hire him. I know what I would think the reasons are that he did that, and that would really crush his credibility and reliability. And when the lawyers in closing arguments say, hey, we have a jury instruction. If you don't find a witness credible or reliable, you can throw out everything they say. I might think of Mr. Burgess when they said that.
Okay. On Monday, DNA was sort of the focus. You had two scientists from Bodie Labs. It's a private firm that the Commonwealth hired to analyze DNA. Nicholas Bradford was one of those experts. He said that his testing showed that DNA belonging to O'Keefe and two others was found on Reed's taillight. So the question is, okay, how does John O'Keefe's DNA get there? And I think the defense certainly tried to say, well, he's around this car all the time. He's been dating Karen for years now. Of course he might get out of the car and walk by it.
So we'll start with the DNA. And I think that there's some people in my chats when I do videos that think that's a really big factor. How did his DNA get on the taillight? It just happened to be on the taillight. Now, they didn't test the entire car and the handles and the doors. Was his DNA all over the car? I think if it was, that would make this less significant. And I think the defense pointed that out. But I also think, again, if you're checking boxes at the Commonwealth and you want people to think that taillight hit John O'Keefe, this was a step in that direction. It's all going to culminate and come down to what Welcher can prove as far as the car hitting John O'Keefe and what we have to prove that with the science and the mathematics. And I think this was a step in that direction, but I think it really is all going to come down to Welcher.
And Welcher, it's my understanding, he is replacing Trooper Paul. So Trooper Paul testified in the first trial, and I think a lot of people remember his testimony. He appeared to struggle with some of the evidence and information that he was given.
Yeah, Trooper Paul really seemed like a nice enough guy, but he was horrible.
Yep.
I mean, there's no way around it. He was a horrible witness, horrible expert witness, would say stuff like, it was speaking to me. I don't know how the evidence got there. I didn't put it there. Way too many either I don't notes or
it is what it is.
Logically impossible to believe. It really couldn't get worse than that. He was one of the key factors in how I looked at the first trial, especially in comparison with ARCA. I expect it to be very different with Dr. Welcher. And that's why you got to stay open to what is this jury only watching this trial going to say, because it may be different than people that have been following it for years.
And you talked about the hair, the traveling hair on the right rear quarter panel, a single piece of hair. We've seen multiple pictures of it. They're saying that was also a match for John O'Keefe and two other people. I think if I'm correct, so
I think with the hair, it was they couldn't exclude the maternal side of John O'Keefe's family. So it was almost seemed like it was just as likely to be John O'Keefe, his niece, his nephew, his mom, everybody on that side of the family potentially, which the defense did a good job to highlight. But again, I think if you're the jury and you're trying to piece this together, that can help you say, oh, his hair ended up there. It felt a little to me like, I don't know if you've ever seen Four Brothers, where at the end of the movie, they're interrogating each one and they're holding up the hair. We're like, we got your hair. And he's like, that's not my hair, man. You could easily plant that. And, that's like a thing that, people say about cops, the magical hair that stayed on there somehow, some way through the winds and the storms and the snowstorm and getting on the tow truck and driving back from Fairview to Meadows to Guyton to Canton. It's like, how did that one hair stay on there? And then it started moving right as they're taking the picture. If I was a juror, that wouldn't be a big deal to me because, I don't really get how that hair stayed. But if you're looking to check the boxes and move it along, I think the Commonwealth at least got out that it could not be excluded as John O'Keefe's hair.
So when we get to, it looks like now that the defense will probably start. I'm assuming Welcher's probably going to be on the stand for a couple days. I don't see how he's not a power player for the prosecution, and I think the defense is going to, grill his conclusions and really try to discredit him and his findings. So then we get to the defense's case. Don't know exactly how many witnesses they are going to call, but my understanding is probably going to be a few more than we saw in the first trial.
I would say ARCA is number one. ARCA's always been number one to me. But Proctor, I get what you're saying as far as lay witnesses go and just crushing the Commonwealth's case. Very important.
Yeah. And then ARCA, those are the scientists who are hired by the FBI. And they concluded no way, no how that this was not a car strike, that the science simply does not add up. And they are extremely poised and well-spoken witnesses.
And I think they are going to be significantly more defense friendly this time than they were the first time. The first time they were still under contract potentially with the DOJ. They weren't defense experts. They were just, we're unbiased witnesses here. They've gotten a lot of attacks from Hank Brennan, from the Commonwealth, from some people on that side. I think they are going to, this is going to be something they're going to want to shine in. And I think that they will be even better for the defense this time around. We've got Dr. Russell, the dog bite expert / I think she's a car accident injury expert as well. You have the medical examiner on the defense side. You have DeSorga, who's going to be the data tech guy for them. Potentially Richard Green, who's going to talk about Google searches. You've got a lot of witnesses. And Karen Reed said on the courthouse steps, there's going to be a more robust defense case this time than trial number one. And that's exactly what I expect.
Right. Because it was, we've talked before. It was my impression that they thought they had a lock, that it was a slam dunk, that they didn't really have to do much to get a not guilty verdict, and that wasn't actually what happened. It turned out to be a mistrial. Peter, I really appreciate coming on again. This is such a great opportunity for me because I feel like you have such a good knowledge of this case, and it's great for our viewers to hear your thoughts. I know you have a huge audience that follows you through the trial, and I've been enjoying your videos as well. So thank you again for coming on with us. Anything just to look out for, final thoughts as we head into the final week of the prosecution's case?
Yeah, I mean, I've really enjoyed talking to you about it too. I think it's a really cool perspective. Somebody locally, somebody that's literally in the courtroom. Like I said, I always read your tweets to follow anything to try to get what is actually going on. What can we find out? Quotes from Karen Reed. I really think we are not done. The Commonwealth is going to close their case in chief. And after last trial, the trial was almost done when that happened. I think we're going to have a robust defense case. And then I think we're going to have a much larger rebuttal than we may expect, because he's going to be able to split Welcher's testimony. He's going to rebut the dog bite expert. I think Hank Brennan is saving some for rebuttal in this case to have the last word in front of the jury. And then will the defense fight for a surrebuttal because of all the things that are happening in this case? So it is not over just because the Commonwealth closes their case in chief. So everybody be ready for that.
Awesome. All right. Big week ahead next week, and hopefully we'll catch you again then at the end of next week, and we'll wrap it all up. But Peter Tragos, he is Lawyer You Know on all social media platforms, and he does breakdowns of the case. He's posting about it all the time. He's an excellent follow, and we appreciate you taking the time with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. All right, let's get right into it. Peter Tragos is back with us to talk week 6 of the Karen Read trial. He is Lawyer You Know, based in Tampa. He, like myself, has been following this case very closely, and we've been doing this back and forth now for a few weeks, and it's been great to get your input. As we speak now, the 38th witness is on the stand for the prosecution. That is Dr. Judson Welcher. He's a biomechanical engineer. You know, Brennan talked about science and data in his opening, that was crucial to his case. And the jury's getting a lot of that from Dr. Welcher at a cost of $400,000 to taxpayers. Good investment, do you think, for the Norfolk DA's office?
I mean, from the Norfolk DA's office, maybe, but I don't know how many of the citizens would agree with that. And, you know, in my type of cases, civil, car accident, truck accident cases where everybody's spending a lot of money, usually it doesn't hit as hard. When you're talking about those are my dollars, it depends on how the jury's looking at it, because especially when they've heard a little bit about Trooper Paul and that he exists, and they're, you know, I would be wondering, why didn't we just use that guy again? Why do we have to go out and spend $400,000?
Let's remind everyone about Trooper Paul. Trooper Joseph Paul works for the Massachusetts State Police. His job is accident reconstruction. He testified in the first trial, but I think the jury in the first trial had a difficult time sort of understanding Trooper Paul's analysis. I think he struggled to articulate his findings. What I find sort of interesting, though, is Dr. Welcher's conclusions are sort of similar about the side swipe. It's sort of the same data or the same findings, correct? That Trooper Paul tried to get out last time?
Yeah, I think they are similar. Some of the differences is very specifically with Dr. Welcher. He will not answer something he doesn't feel like he has the answer to or can back up. He may say there are all these possibilities. Trooper Paul came up with this pirouette and things that, you know, memes were created about after the first trial that just didn't make a lot of sense. And Welcher may say something like, that's possible, but we don't know how he ended up where he ended up. We don't know when the car started backing up. We don't know when the car ended. But the main point of Dr. Welcher was to show, look, here's a picture or a video of how the taillight could hit somebody in the elbow part of the arm, just like where the injuries are on John O'Keefe. He simplified it, tried to give a picture to the jury where they're like, oh, that makes sense. And, you know, I think unless he's getting more into the details, that could be problematic. But generally speaking, as a top-down view, I think he gave them at least a picture of what it could have looked like.
And Dr. Welcher is a professional witness. He is not afraid to clap back. And he did that a few times when Alessi was questioning him, sort of adding extra information. Well, you know, Alessi will ask him a question and he'll add, well, of course, you had the DNA found on the taillight and other things. And obviously that's done by design. He knows he's talking to the jury.
Absolutely. And, you know, from a criminal defense attorney's perspective, cross-examining a witness like this can be really difficult. He's a smart witness. He's a professional witness. He does this. I do think sometimes it can get you into trouble. And some jurors may hate the demeanor of Dr. Welcher, may see it as condescending or evasive, or he said very specifically he doesn't have a dog in the fight. It certainly felt like he did during cross-examination. So, I mean, I think that can go both ways, right? You can really have a witness pushing for you if you're the Commonwealth, but it can turn off some jurors. And at this point of the trial, most jurors probably have a lean as to whether or not they think Karen Read committed this crime, and they're probably going to see it that way, right? If they think she did it, they're going to think, wow, Welcher's great. Why is Alessi being such a bully or such a jerk to him? If they think Karen Read's innocent or this investigation was either a joke or a conspiracy or a cover-up of some sort, they might hate Dr. Welcher, and his demeanor may feed into that.
So he buys a 2021 Lexus identical to Karen Read's. I checked, you know, like the blue book on that 2021 is about it. That's like the top of the line, the LX 570. 60 grand. Is that common in accident reconstruction to go out and buy an identical vehicle?
So common. I don't know if I would call it common. All these cases are kind of specific, right? You really need to do what's necessary for the case. In a civil case, I've seen that happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happening. I haven't seen it a lot in criminal cases. There's not a lot of cases like this, I got to be honest, about did this even come from a car? It's just such an unusual question. Usually that's so obvious. It may be who's at fault. the black box data to determine, was somebody speeding when they went through the green light? Did somebody run a red light? Where did it hit on the car? Could that collision cause enough force to create the injury or cause the injury that's being complained of in this case? Those are the more common questions. Who's at fault? Whose car was where when the collision occurred? Not, did a car cause this injury? That's kind of wild to think, like, is this where the car came into contact with skin? And if so, how did the taillight explode? How did the scratches get there? How did he end up with a skull fracture? Those are the questions in this case.
Yeah, and speaking of the black box, or I think it's also called the event data recorder. So sort of the crux of Dr. Welcher's testimony is that the black box in Karen Reed's car shows that she made this 3-point turn. 8 minutes later, the car is put in reverse. The tires spin, accelerate something like 84 feet backwards, reaching a speed of up to 24 miles an hour. And that's when he says this collision happens. And of course, then he tries to line that up with the last movements on John O'Keefe's iPhone. It's, a lot to try to take in, right? That's so many different parameters. Jury getting that?
So I actually like the way that you set it out, and I feel like I can follow and track with that. But then Dr. Welcher, when Alessi asked him that question, was like, I never said that. What are you talking about? I never said that the collision happened at 20 miles an hour going backwards. Because again, they're saying all these things, but he's not specifically saying that because he knows the data doesn't actually prove that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or scientific certainty or engineering certainty, whatever you want to use. So instead, they're creating all these data points, and Hank Brennan, in closing argument, is going to have to be the one to put all those together. But I thought that when Alessi asked that question, it was kind of simple. Like, okay, you say the collision occurred at 20 miles an hour when she was in reverse. He's like, I never said that. Because I was thinking about it exactly like you said, that's the Commonwealth's theory. And that was just kind of confusing to me.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's all piecemeal, right? And that's what, I guess, following trials, that when I first started watching criminal trials, I had to learn that it doesn't come out in that there are a number of restrictions about how testimony can come in, and it has to be sort of layered, and that's the process. And we're on to day 3 with Dr. Welcher. So his theory is that it was a side swipe or clip. He uses that video, which included, the paint transfer. I thought that was fairly effective for at least what, trying to give a visual to the jury. And is that something that you see? Is that revolutionary in this space, or is that just, what you do when you have a case of this magnitude?
I've seen people making fun of it, and I get it, finger painting, whatever. But in reality, I would agree with you. I think it paints a picture of at least how this is possible, where the light would have touched the arm in order to be in the perfect spot that we see scratches on John O'Keefe's arm. I'm still not sure how the taillight made those scratches, right? We still have questions, but at least, just like you said, when you called it piecemeal, I would call it building on top of each other, right? Foundational witness, you have a block, you put a building block on top, and that's how you build the house. If you're puzzle pieces, right, and you're putting together the puzzle pieces, if you're the Commonwealth, sometimes because of the rules of evidence and because one witness can testify about something, a different witness can testify about something else, and you can put it all together. And I do think that part of that exercise or test or whatever he wants to call it was effective. I thought other parts that he just decided not to test, not to talk about, they continue to ignore the issues on the Commonwealth side. So every point they get, if a juror is remembering the rest of the trial and the other questions they have, sometimes they come away with more questions than answers.
Explain your understanding of the wounds on John O'Keefe's arms, and tell me if I'm getting this right. Because I believe this is what Trooper Paul said as well. Is the Commonwealth is alleging, or Welcher is alleging, that the arm gets clipped by the taillight, it cracks, and then there become or breaks, and it creates these shards. And then the shards are what inflict the wounds on the hand. Am I understanding that that's their theory?
So that's a problem, right? The fact that you've watched both trials and we are 22 days into this trial and you don't know what the theory is. And I will say, neither do I, right? Based on logic and common sense, you would think it shatters the taillight into 50 pieces. And either I would think it's more common that the piece of the taillight left over connected to the car would have caused those scratches, because there's not big pieces of plastic sticking out of his arm, right? We can talk about the shards and the debris in his clothes or whatever, and that's fine. I think that's good evidence for the Commonwealth if the jury buys it based on the evidence collection. But to make those kind of scratches or gashes on his arm, it can't be the pieces flying in the air because they're not touching his arm anymore once it explodes. So to me, that is a little bit confusing as to, and that's a question the Commonwealth just has not answered yet through a medical examiner and now through a biomedical and biomechanical engineer, Dr. Welcher. He is not explaining to us. He's just saying the scratches are in the same location as the blue paint. That's as deep as he has gotten. He has not said exactly how. We heard about a metal piece sticking out. Well, was there 30 metal pieces sticking out to make all those scratches? I don't get it. I don't see how there's proof that those scratches would have occurred. And he used an example case of how you don't have to break bones when you get hit going 25 to 30 miles an hour. But the injuries that guy sustained, wow, that's what you expect from a car accident. Broken ribs, bruises, abrasions all over, and a huge laceration on his arm. That's what I would expect somebody getting hit going 25 to 30 miles an hour.
And Brennan actually asked that question. He said, is it uncommon in sideswipe, and I have it here, sideswipe accidents to see no lower body injuries or broken bones? And Welcher said, no, it's not uncommon. But I think that doesn't jive with some of the other testimony that we heard from the ME, Dr. Scorti Bello, who said, no, due to the lack of injuries to the lower body, that's why I can't conclude this was a car strike.
It makes no sense. Like that's something that feels like illogical. And if I'm on a jury, they don't throw their common sense away, they don't throw their logic away, that makes no sense. And you even just showed us a test case that you said is good for you. And we see abrasions and bruises all over the lower extremities, buttocks, lower back, legs. That's exactly what I would expect from a car hitting a pedestrian at 25 miles an hour.
So Alessi got into the weeds in his cross. He really did. And, dealing with force and mass and acceleration. And I wondered at times if the jury was hanging on to every word of that.
Yeah, so he's obviously a smart guy, right?
Bob Alessi he is
much smarter than me. And I usually do not like to get into the laws of physics with biomechanical engineers. Usually I try to make it a little bit simpler to ask the questions that are important, like, how did this taillight explode? Did you not do that test? You said 8 miles an hour. Where's the 8 miles an hour test? Oh, you didn't want to, devalue the car you're going to sell and give the money back to the Commonwealth for. So whatever his answer is, you can help. And that's just kind of logical and simple. He's kind of taken a different route, which I think can absolutely be effective if you can catch this witness in some problems and some things that, by the laws of physics don't make sense. But I think you have to be careful because unless he does ask some longer questions, some compound questions. Sometimes he makes a statement or testifies to something before he asks a question. And when you ask questions like that, you give a witness like this the opportunity to pick any one part of your question and say, I have a problem with that. And now they're not even answering your question. So I think to tighten it up, and we're already seeing this morning that I think Alessi is trying to control this witness a little bit more and say, no, we're not going to do what we did yesterday. You're not going to talk for 15 minutes. We're not having a conversation. I'm asking questions and you're giving answers.
Alessi's an interesting guy. So, I speak to him, now and then. He doesn't sleep. Like he's essentially rarely sleeps. He works out. I think his workout schedule is an hour and a half every other day. And he eats like the most insane, like health food diet in the world. Like he's such an interesting character in all this. And I've actually enjoyed my conversations with him because he's funny. He's, self-deprecating.
You know what that makes me think? That doesn't surprise me at all. That to me, when I hear you say that, I think discipline, I think mental toughness. I think you're never, ever going to be in a position that you don't feel like you can figure your way out of it. And that's exactly the vibe I get from him. So while that is kind of shocking to hear that type of a regiment, it's not that surprising with the way that I see him work. That's exactly what I would expect. And with every lawyer, well, I'll just say with good lawyers, this still happens where you get into the weeds. Some cross-examination can be clunky. You have a difficult witness. It's easy for us to sit here and talk about it and Monday morning quarterback it from a chair. There's a million things going on in this very long and difficult trial. So it doesn't mean somebody's a bad lawyer because they had a bad hour questioning a witness. You've got your time. And what I appreciate about him, a good lawyer, a confident lawyer, he's not going to let the judge rush him with this witness. Judge Canoni was like, hey, how much longer do you think? Can we please get done with this witness tomorrow? He's like, Judge, this is potentially the most important witness. I got to get what I got to get out of him. He didn't say this, but also the witness isn't making it easy on me. He's not making it go any quicker. So I'm going to take my time and get everything I need to. And you have to stick to your guns like that if you're a lawyer.
during some of that more technical testimony yesterday, or cross-examination yesterday, I did see Karen Reed call Alessi over. I don't think the camera picked it up, and she
I saw it.
whispered, "Oh, you did? Okay, it did
Yes.
pick it up." And you know, she was talking in his ear, and you just wonder, like, what is she saying? Like, obviously, I think, as we've discussed many times before, I think she's plays a massive role in what happens in that courtroom. And you know, you got to wonder if she was giving him, saying, "Hey, hit this point," or go this direction. But it was something that was very noticeable to me.
It's telling to me that it's happening with this witness. If it was Jen McCabe or Carrie Roberts, where, you know, Karen Reed was there and she can say that didn't happen, or they didn't say this. I've had, you know, every client tells me that, like, that's not true. That's not how it happened. I didn't say that. You know, they'll whisper that into my ear, but not usually with the experts, right? With the math, with explain to me how this happened. How fast have you been going? Use this test case, crash dummy. Why didn't you do this test? It's more uncommon for a client, unless they're in that field, right? We've represented doctors, we've represented lawyers, you know, people that are in certain fields that would talk about those things. But to me, that tells me she is, I think it was your interview that she said, I'm intimately involved in this. I'm going through discovery. I'm giving them ideas. We're dividing and conquering. And to me, that says she's in the weeds of the actual technicalities in this trial, not just the fact witnesses and the lay witnesses.
Yeah, she was an equity analyst prior to you know, all of this happening. And, you know, that is not, you know, that's a job that requires smarts, and it's a job that, you know, is not easy to get, especially for a firm like Fidelity, where you have some, you know, especially in Boston, with so many people here who are smart, and especially in the finance field. Prior to Dr. Welcher, we saw Dr. Isaac Wolf. He was the Miami neurosurgeon. Dude was like right out of central casting. Like, he just, you could tell, like, I want that guy operating on me, you know. He was smooth. He just came in, and, you know, Alessi I think it was Alessi who made a good point. He's like, well, yeah, this information is great, but you're not a forensic examiner. You're not a medical examiner. But his conclusion was that, you know, John O'Keefe's would have been knocked unconscious, and he said the only way he could have gotten the injuries that he did was from falling backwards. It would have knocked him unconscious, and it would not have killed him instantly. His testimony, I don't know if you had a chance to see that. Your thoughts on Dr. Isaac Wolf?
Yeah, I thought he was incredibly credible. I thought there was a lot of things the defense can use, like comparing him to Shannon Burgess, right? Right after the other. What an educational difference.
Yeah.
What an expert difference. I thought there's really no holes to be poked in what he said. So from my perspective, I think the defense can just use what he said, right? That can be foundational. That can be something they can build on with their ME. If there are going to be disagreements, I thought the defense put him in a box, right? In the box that he is the expert in, which is prior to death and with treatment and surgery. We don't have any of that here. This is postmortem, and the defense is going to call experts in that field. Additionally, he came out on direct and said, oh yeah, in Minnesota, we have snow and drunk people all the time. They slip and fall and hit the back of their head. This is the very common injury when it comes to slipping and falling and hitting the back of your head. I would assume the defense is going to use that in the future as well. So with a witness like this, unless he was very in and out quick, he was very careful. That's exactly how you handle a witness like this.
One of his roles, in my understanding, right, is to get you to murder too. Especially if in closing, Hank Brennan says that Karen Reed went back to the scene or was aware that, you know, a collision happened, that gives you, well, would John O'Keefe still be alive today? Correct?
I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine as to what they think proves murder too in this case. The voicemails disprove it, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, from my perspective, if I'm a jury singer, I've already decided this was not intentional. I'm trying to figure out if she accidentally hit him and went home. That's just where I'm at, to be honest. I don't know how they're going to prove. Aruba is certainly not going to prove to me murder too. Something that happened days or weeks before that she picks now to kill him with her car, to do something rash or do something dangerous. From my perspective, I think that ship has sailed on murder too. I could be wrong. We'll see what the jury thinks, but I think most of the jury is trying to figure out, did she hit him and not know it and leave him there to die, or kill him instantly? Is there some count two version of count two that they can convict on?
Yeah, it is rare that I ever talk to anybody about this case where they feel that it's intentional if it happened. That is the
Yeah.
one thing that I think, regardless of where you fall, that the majority of people agree that seems to be an uphill battle that the prosecution, regardless of what they put out there and how they present their case, that they'll ever get to. But we'll know in 3 weeks or so. We are kind of winding down because Karen Reed had said that Welcher is the last witness. Obviously, we don't know for sure until we actually see Hank Brennan saying that the prosecution is resting. Defense gets the case. They call their witnesses. One of the filings that we saw this week is a bunch of names. The defense added supplemental witnesses. And my understanding is those are people who are on Proctor's text, and they're there to authenticate. So does that mean that they actually go onto the stand, or did they just sign some affidavit to say that, yes, former Trooper Proctor texted me this, or I was a part of this text chain? What is that? How does that work?
So it depends on the jurisdiction. I actually don't know how it is in Massachusetts. There are certain things that if it's a public record and you get certain affidavits signed and documents signed, you wouldn't have to call them. There are other cases where both sides will agree you don't have to call records custodians. I don't think we've seen records custodians in this case to bring in records. So I don't know if those have been waived, or if Hank Brennan has waived other ones but won't waive these. They may have to call him to the stand. So I don't know the answer to that. There are different ways of dealing with it to authenticate these before they can come in. But I do think it's another option for the defense to get into these texts than calling Trooper Proctor, or former Trooper Proctor, which we'll see. I think what the defense is going to do outside their experts, your guess is as good as mine at this point.
Why wouldn't you call Trooper Proctor? That just seems like, I don't understand where that could be a negative for the defense.
So, and I've heard people saying, oh, Hank Brennan's baiting them into calling him. It's like, maybe with, Higgins or the Alberts or McCabe's or something like that, Brennan has some plan. I do not see how Trooper Proctor is good for the Commonwealth. I think it is so obvious if they don't call him and the defense does, that so much good can come for the defense. The only negative is if the jury somehow likes Trooper Proctor, or they feel bad for him, or just you see the person sitting in the chair there and he becomes humanized and you don't want to hate him. And right now he's this figment, or like the boogeyman.
Right,
and
the boogeyman,
easier to hate the boogeyman than it is to see a man with a family sitting there on the stand telling you this ruined his life, basically. I don't know. Is the judge going to be able to let the Commonwealth get into that? Who knows?
All right. Peter Tragos, at Lawyer Thank you so much for another great recap of week 6. Hopefully we'll talk to you again week 7, and always appreciate the time, man.
Absolutely, man. Good to talk to you.
All right. Take care. All right. Peter Tragos, the lawyer agreed to join me, agreed to come back to talk the Karen Reed trial. Thank you so much. I realize your time is valuable, and I know how much our viewers appreciate getting your perspective. You are deep into this case. You've been following it religiously, and your perspective is super important. And it kind of helps me sort of talk through what I see, to hear other perspectives. I'm sure it is the same for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see how people can look at the same thing differently, because then you start to understand how a jury gets back there. What are they arguing about? What are they picking up on? And when certain things seem obvious to me, they might not be to you, and vice versa. So it's important to talk it out and not just stay in your own little bubble.
That is amazing too, especially with some of the people who are very deep on one side or the other, who are posting information about the case, how they can put something out there and I'm like, wait, that's how you saw that? And it comes from such a slanted viewpoint, and it can be from either side. And I think it sometimes it's hard to know where the actual truth falls in all of that.
Yeah, I mean, all the research shows that you can get a jury with you on your side, like as a lawyer, very early on in the case, and then they're going to see things the way you see them. They're going to dismiss things that other people may find important. And that's why it's really important to try to get them on your side, gain that credibility, and keep it through the witnesses and evidence and arguments you make as a lawyer. Because then when some of the problems come up in your case, or the difficult parts come up in your case, they're much more likely to just see them as, oh, no, that's not what it is. I believe Tragos and how he's explaining this, not Daniel. So it's like, It really depends on what the jury is feeling. And sometimes they get on a side early on, even though they're not supposed to. Sometimes that happens.
So we are 17 days into testimony. We should be 18, but as I was on my way to court On Tuesday, we get an email, right? And the court system says, court has been canceled today due to unavoidable circumstances. That's all they provided. I was later able to find out that Karen Reed was sick, and that's the reason. And her dad actually talked about that with me yesterday. He was pretty open.
Well, I mean, she does have MS, as you all know, and so anything that wears on that ability to maintain your health and maintain your strength is and this certainly is something that is bearing on us all, and particularly on her.
I spoke with him after court, and he said that she has MS, Crohn's. I believe he said that she had colon cancer at one point, and that due to how much time she's spending on the defense, she's not sleeping at all. So I guess it's not out of left field to think that this would take its toll.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of situations that everybody's dealing with individually, and sometimes things come up in trial, and we're all human beings. And although we seem like machines sometimes in court, and we just think it's a 6-week or 8-week trial, every day we're going to show up from 9 to 4:30, and we're just going to keep doing it. Then we go home and we work on the case. Things happen. You get burned out. You can't show up. You can't wake up. You can't get out of bed. You feel sick. You feel dizzy. You feel spent. And you tell the judge, and it's like, there's nothing we can do, judge. She can't show up, whether it's she's sick or she literally can't get out of bed because she's so exhausted. That's a legitimate reason the judge found. We canceled court for a day, and we're back at it.
So there's definitely something going around, or at least there was. I was out. Well, I worked through it, but for 2 weeks I had a cold. I know that another reporter, 2 other reporters from competing stations in Boston had the same thing. One has it now. So there's definitely something going around that courthouse. We're kind of all packed into this small room. There's air conditioning there, but the ventilation isn't great. So not a big surprise that some people would be falling ill. Mm-hmm. So we've moved into more of the science, or at least the last couple of days here, the science portion of the prosecution's case. There is a state police forensic scientist, Maureen Hartnett, who's been on the stand, and the jury got to see a lot of the close-up pictures of the damage to Karen Reed's Lexus, to the taillight. They showed a dent, they showed scratches, things of that sort. How important do you think it is that Brennan was able to, spend a lot of time, I think more than Lally did in the first trial, with those pictures and having her delineate exactly, okay, this little stamp here points to this piece of damage here?
Yeah, I think it's important. And I think the way he's doing it, like you said, is better. He's going more into depth, but it still seems quicker. These witnesses are getting up. We know exactly why they're there. You can write it down in one line. This witness is there to show that there are scratches and dents. This witness is there to show that there was glass on the bumper. This witness is there to say that he photographed this at the scene. This witness is there to say that he came to the Sally Port, he took the pictures on this date, and this is what it looked like. So I think it's easy for the jury to kind of track what they're doing. And foundationally, they have to provide this evidence to the jury before they get to their experts, which is really going to be the most important part of the entire trial for the Commonwealth.
So the jury learned about the traveling hair and the traveling glass. This is one of the things that I have a hard time reconciling. The scientist said there was a piece of hair, a single piece of hair on the right rear quarter panel, and there was glass that was on the bumper. And one of the big questions here is, this car went from Canton to Dighton, Massachusetts, which I think is like 30 miles, and then state police pick it up, bring it back to Canton. How the heck does that hair and glass stay on the car in a snowstorm?
Well, that's a great question. And this is a perfect example of what we started talking about, where if you're on one side, you see it one way. If you're on the other, you see it as an impossibility, right? If you think Karen Reed is innocent, this was clearly planted. He put it there right before she showed up. It couldn't even stay there long enough for them to take a picture. It doesn't make any sense. But if you're on the other side, you say, how do you explain this? How would John O'Keefe's hair have gotten here? How would debris get into the sweatshirt and the shirt, which the defense team is saying, you don't know where that debris came from. You don't know how that evidence was collected. It was mixed up in the bag with other things. Like, that really feels weak. But then other people are saying that proves a car and that light came into contact with John O'Keefe. And that's how the glass, I guess, is from the cocktail glass, stayed on there. Logically speaking, I just don't understand how that's possible. Brennan is starting to try to get into water being an adhesive and things like that, trying to explain it to jurors that are, again, with him, how it is possible, because it doesn't seem possible. But those are the factors that the Commonwealth needs a jury to believe to try and prove this car came into contact with John O'Keefe.
And one of the things Alessi did was he showed what appeared to be snow melt or water melting off the back, and he just let that play for 10 minutes. There was no audio to it, but even when a fire truck drove by, there was a siren. He said, "Stop. I want the jury to be locked in and watch this, what appeared to be snow kind of falling down in the car. It's just from the surveillance, the camera's already rolling." And so that raises another question. It's like, okay, you also had then this sort of snow melt coming down, but it still stayed on there. And also Alessi ties everything back to Proctor. Like, oh, did he touch all this evidence? And I think there was this suggestion that, Michael Proctor has this folder in his hand that, maybe, I think it was former Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz, who, is seen next to him, that maybe Berkowitz handed Proctor a piece of the taillight. So it's very subtle, but they're trying to create that reasonable doubt. And is that the only way that they can do that? Just being that subtle? Can they, without, I guess you'd get just 1,000 objections, right?
Yeah. And I mean, you're trying to put in enough into evidence to where you have a reasonable inference you can argue in closing argument. So they set all these things up subtly, and they're going to hammer it home in closing argument. But I think Alessi, I don't remember who did the cross of these types of witnesses in the first trial, but I think he's doing a considerably better job as well. Even though we said the Commonwealth is kind of presenting it tighter, you can see what they're trying to get out of these witnesses. But Alessi is turning a seemingly simple witness for the Commonwealth into somebody that creates a lot of inconsistencies and a lot of what ifs and possibilities. And is that really what we're looking at? And picking away at their credibility. Is that a reflection, or is it actually two stickers? How does the glass stay on there with, these winds? I can't remember, it was 15 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. How is it possible that this is happening? And the witnesses have been a little bit nervous to admit some of the mistakes they may make, even if they're simple. And I think if you just admit it and you move on, it's not as big of a deal. But Alessi will sit there and go through the mud with you laboriously to make
Yes,
sure the
he
jury
will.
understands. That is obviously a reflection. So you can call it whatever you want. And he's going to keep asking the questions and say, I can't testify, but are you saying that's really not a reflection?
And I did think that the scientist Maureen Hartnett, though, compared to some of the other law enforcement officials, and maybe like Sergeant Buchanan, who seemed at times maybe a little combative, she seems very buttoned up. That
Agreed.
She's just trying to, here's the answer to my question, yes or no, without this long sort of explanation. And is that something I would think that the jury picks up on when they see different members of law enforcement sort of treating the cross differently? One might treat it as just a simple yes or no. The other may treat it more argumentatively.
Yeah, I think the defense hopes so. The defense hopes you notice a difference, the people that are connected with everybody else. That's why, and I think it's a mistake by Brennan. Sometimes Brennan will say, you don't know this person, you don't know this person. So he points out the ones that don't have any connections. And I think those are the ones that are less argumentative on cross. So it's almost working into the defense's theory. And if you notice with that witness, she also answered multiple times, that's not my job.
Right.
It's not what I do, not my expertise. But that didn't stop Bob Alessi from saying, so you don't know how the debris got there. You don't know how long the damage was there. You have no clue. You're just testifying that it was there on February 1st. You have no clue. And Proctor had all sorts of opportunity before you got to it, right? So that diminishes a lot of what the Commonwealth is trying to build as this credible base for what their experts are, because she has to be right, because the experts are relying on what she gathered and when she gathered it, because if it's messed up from her part, it's garbage in, garbage out for those experts.
And I don't like to handicap the jury. I just feel like, as we talked earlier, impression, what someone may see a juror do something and interpret it one way, I may see it another way. But I actually did, for the first time, feel comfortable because it was so obvious. They were talking about the solo cups, and Alessi said to Maureen Hartnett, hey, have you ever been handed evidence this way before? And one of the jurors literally started laughing. And I was
honestly good. I don't even, their vote could still be guilty at the end of the day.
Yes.
Good. You should not think that that's okay, or that that's how law enforcement should work in our country. And Brennan got up with that witness on redirect and said, the red Solo cups, you don't know the conditions of how they gather that information. She's like, no. And he tried to go into why it was reasonable. There was an objection. I believe it was sustained. They went to sidebar and he kind of moved on, but he was trying to make excuses for it or say how great it was like other law enforcement. And I just, that I find condescending to the jury, that you feel like you could trick them into thinking that that was appropriate collection of evidence. Now, is it not important to prove Karen Read did this? That's probably what I would go with if I was the prosecutor, because you don't necessarily need those red Solo cups to prove she hit him with a car. But to try and act like that was good police work, to me, is just beyond me.
Right, because they never tested the blood inside, correct? Is that, I think we learned that yesterday.
Yeah.
They never actually tested it. So it doesn't really have, an evidentiary component in this case at all. We also heard from John O'Keefe's niece. She's a minor, so obviously we're not going to identify her in any way other than that. Her test, and they did not call the nephew. So there's a younger nephew too. So most people know that John was raising his niece and nephew. He stood up, took on that responsibility. Single dad, working as a Boston police officer. I think that shows a lot about his character. Essentially she was asked a lot about what life was like inside the home, because Karen, would slept there a lot and stayed there a lot. And she, it wasn't, I think they did a really good job of trying to make the jury think that, Karen could be hot and cold, that the niece said that, Karen, was nice to me, but sometimes she would be cold. Sometimes she'd seem to favor my brother. And she also talked about towards the weeks leading up to the death of John, that the relationship had deteriorated, that essentially that they were fighting a lot more. She overheard one argument where she says John told her that the relationship had run its course, and Karen didn't want to hear that. What are your thoughts about having the niece come on the stand and talk about this? I guess she was 14 at the time all this happened. She's been through hell and back, that young lady. And I thought she was very poised.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So before I even answer, you were there and I wasn't. I'm just reading your reporting on it. What was her demeanor like? Because I heard there were some things she maybe even made a joke about an 8th grade
yes.
boyfriend broke up with her and people giggled. What was her demeanor like?
Yeah, she did. She was talking about her state of mind, and I don't remember exactly, but she said, hey, listen, I just had, my 8th grade crush break up with me, or I broke, and I thought it was just so honest. And so, this is a kid. Yeah. I thought that represented her well, that she was able to do that. No, I mean, I think one of the things that you noticed, and the defense brought this up, is she didn't call Karen Karen. She calls Karen the defendant. It's like she never did that before. So I think in terms of doing the mission that the prosecution wanted her to do, she accomplished it well. And David Yannetti crossed her, but in a very sort of soft manner, as I think he should have, just saying, hey, you always used to call her Karen, right? You never called her the defendant. And I do think, though, she is important because she gets you inside the home. She gets you the inner workings of the relationship, and that argument that, that the prosecution's trying to make, that Karen knew things were exploding in her relationship with John, and she just wasn't going to have that.
Yeah, it seems like, so based on that, it seems like she was not quite the same as Peggy O'Neill, who was pretty emotional, could barely get through her testimony, and there was no cross-examination because she didn't really testify to a lot of facts of what happened even after the fact. But with John's niece, she was able to actually testify to some facts, give us how the relationship was going, what happened that morning, what Karen was doing and saying when she was on the phone. So there were actually some facts she could confirm and be consistent with a lot of the Commonwealth's theory of the case. But then at the same time, the defense was able to get up and be consistent with their theory where, yeah, Karen might have gotten mad. Their relationship wasn't perfect. She was fighting with him, but never anything physical. And, crossing that line is what the prosecution has to prove that happened that night, right? Which is different from what happened in Aruba and any other time that Karen and John got into a fight. So I think it sounds like from all the reports that each lawyer did what they needed to do to represent what they believe the justice is in this case and to push towards the just result they think is necessary. And I think sometimes you have to call minor witnesses, even though it's very difficult, and you have to handle them with care and do your best as you are an adult and a professional lawyer, and treat them the way you know they should be treated in this scenario.
And I think probably the most important thing that the niece said during all her testimony was 4:30 in the morning. She's sleeping on the morning of the 29th. She says Karen Reed comes busting in her room frantic. And one of the things that the niece says Karen Reed said to her is, could I have done something? So then, that adds another layer. You've heard it from multiple witnesses so far saying that Karen raised those questions. And that's that's right out of the gate, right? That's the first person we know she talks to that morning, and, it raises that issue. I think Sergeant Yuri Buchanan was on the stand the last time that we spoke. So we didn't really get to talk a lot about him. He was on the stand for 3 days, mostly the defense questioning him. What were your thoughts of his testimony?
Yeah, I think that some of it was fine, but the majority of it, the prosecution set him up to fail, in my opinion. Either he didn't prepare on purpose, or they just didn't prepare him enough. There was way too much I don't recall, and I don't know, and I don't remember, and I have to review that. For the guy you're basically trying to say is the lead investigator, even though he's not the lead investigator, he's the supervisor to the case agent who he doesn't want to call the lead investigator. He argued about semantics over and over again. He gave the excuse that English is his third language, which you never want to have a witness say, especially when they're explaining things using words in the English language the way that he was. I just thought his credibility was shot over and over again. Most of it surrounding Proctor, what Proctor did, how he was basically sitting there instead of Proctor, trying to say, handwriting wasn't Proctor's, or Proctor might not have done that. Having him read the Higgins text messages, I think, was a great move by the defense to try and push that third-party culprit, get that evidence in, because we don't know who the Commonwealth is going to call. We're hearing, or at least I'm hearing reports, you're probably the one giving the reports, that it might not be Proctor, it might not be Higgins, they might not be calling anybody else that was inside 34 Fairview, like other McCabe's or Alberts. And so if you're the defense and you don't know if that's coming, you can't wait. You've got to get your theory out. You've got to get your third-party culprit. You've got to get your Bowdoin defense information out. And I thought they did a great job with that with Yuri Buchanan on the stand.
So are you saying that essentially in the situations where there were maybe protocol wasn't followed or things weren't done right, that he should have just take the L, not dance around, not sort of, I thought it was interesting. One of the things, Proctor called Karen Reed a lot of things in the texts. And one of the things that Buchanan responded, well, this is First Amendment right. He's allowed to do that. And I thought, especially I don't think maybe there's 2% of the population that would be okay with Proctor's text, but 98% of people are going to say that's absolutely offensive, crude, over the line. And I was just surprised that even for that he didn't take the L and just say, listen, I didn't write the text. Yeah, I liked one. And he said that he actually said he liked one of the texts that was offensive that Proctor wrote. He said, well, I didn't even read it. That was his response.
He just put the thumbs up on his Apple Watch. He acknowledged it, is what he said.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like, even that I would have been fine with. I didn't like it. I barely read it. I just acknowledged it. I gave him a thumbs up. I didn't respond. I wasn't talking back and forth. I think that's a fine explanation, but you're right. You just condemn that and you say it was horrible. He shouldn't have said it. He shouldn't have said it about her. He shouldn't have said it about anybody, because anybody that reads that, regardless, I don't want you to say that about me, Ted, let alone if you actually have some authority and control about what happens to my life. And that's how you're talking about me. That's how you think about me. That's what you're just free to say. Obviously, the First Amendment even comment was a complete swing and miss. That's not what it means. That's not what it protects. Proctor didn't go to jail for what he said. That's just completely missing the point. And like you said, so obviously making excuses and losing credibility, I believe, with the jury, regardless of if they're with the Commonwealth or not, because I don't think anybody on the jury is going to think it was okay what was in those texts.
Through through Buchanan, the jury heard about the Ford Edge. So, this has always been on the periphery of the conversation, but it seems so important that the plow driver, help me with his name, Lochran. He drives by and we're dealing with a snowstorm that night. He drives by, plows at 2:30 in the morning. Does not see a body. He previously testified. He has not testified yet, but he testified in the last trial. Comes by again at 3:30, also no body, but that there's this Ford Edge parked there. He'll take the stand at some point, I'm sure, but I don't know. From hearing what the jurors said in the last trial, obviously he testified, but I don't feel like that really hit home with the jurors, maybe as much as it could have. Why do you think that seems to be more of a side avenue in this case, and not like something that they're like pounding the table on?
So I don't know if he's going to be called. If I was the defense, you might have gotten enough out with Yuri Buchanan to not call him, because I believe I remember some of the jurors that I heard speaking out didn't find him credible, or thought that the prosecution did a good enough job to say he didn't report this, or why didn't he report this at this time, and can we really believe? And the officer said they didn't really find him credible. That's why they didn't go down that road. But if you're really talking about a Bowden defense and officers not investigating all the leads and doing what you know you should do when you know the information, I think it's out there that they knew this information. Whether they found it credible or not, they should have taken steps to investigate it, and they just didn't. And that goes to reasonable doubt. That goes to the Bowden defense. And I think they may have gotten enough out for closing argument. And Ted, you're making a point here. Why aren't they pounding the table with it? How many things can you pound the table with?
Right.
Right. You got to pick and choose as a defense. It's part of strategy. There's so much going on in this case that I think they're trying to pick their best arguments and not just pound the table with everything to where the jury's like, all right, relax. My eardrums are hurting. You're pounding the table so much. And it's a tough thing for a defense attorney. And that's what keeps us up at night. Are we picking the right things as lawyers at trial? Are we picking the right things to pound the table with?
And I get the impression that it's fluid too.
Oh yeah.
The defense is meeting every night, and maybe they feel like, hey, that's stuck. Let's get more questions along, that line,
And I think the public, and what the public is saying and the questions they have and what they don't pick up on, I have noticed almost first thing, like Alessi came back up and said at the beginning of a cross that was continued with that scientist, was there any debris, sand, or anything inside the light? Which was what everybody was talking about in my chat. And I was like, I don't know. They didn't ask the question. It was the first question he asked. And Brennan came back and said, okay, so you looked at the whole car. And a lot of people in the chat were talking about, that stuff could have gone there anytime. There was thousands of miles on the car. Brennan's like, you looked at the rest of the car, no dents and scratches that you noticed except for that one spot.
Yep.
So both sides watching what the public is talking about, because it is a pretty good representation of the jury, especially if you take out the people that are just screaming at everybody, not even looking at this with rational thought.
Yep.
But if you say the people that have legitimate, respectful questions as a lawyer, that's important, and you should listen to that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a smart play. I think you're right, because the public is representative of the 18 people in the jury box. And it is so strange, 18. I mean, it's like huge. Like it's just all these people, sitting there staring at you, because we're kind of directly facing them. And we lost along the way during the first trial. I felt like we were losing one a week. This jury is just rock solid so far. Like, you haven't lost one. There haven't been any incidents of issues that have come up like last trial where people were kicked off. So let's see if we can go the distance. I think, trying to look at the dates, I think we're into June probably, like, for when, testimony might wrap and we might get, might get done, might get a verdict. The prosecution still has a number of important witnesses to call. We hear more about the DNA, I think, coming up. And of course, that's an important component for them. And then I think the plan, at least from the defense, is maybe have more witnesses than they did last time. It was a pretty short presentation the first time. I think they were way more confident the first time around that was going to be a slam dunk, that they didn't have to worry about putting on as vigorous a defense. But I think that proved wrong because of what happened with the mistrial. Is there a way for you, the way I guess I value how you see things so far. If you were sitting in that box, could you convict on second-degree murder?
No way. I mean, I don't. In fairness to the Commonwealth, they're not done.
Yeah.
And they have come nowhere near proving any crimes have occurred so far. You have to have the accident reconstructionist explain how those marks were made, where the car hit him, how his body moved, how the grass stains got there, how the injury on the back of his head, which was the fatal blow, how that got there. they say they have witnesses. They say the data and the science is all going to be in their favor. So we're staying open. Presumption of innocence. She's innocent right now. It would be an easy not guilty vote, but they still have their case in chief to put on to prove her guilt. And they should have to pull every juror into the guilty bucket before they get there. And if you're talking about scheduling, it's not just over once the defense's, vigorous case in chief is done. Hank Brennan has made it pretty clear he's going to put on a rebuttal. And at the very least, dog bite experts and responses to some of the experts the defense is going to bring. So I do expect there to be a rebuttal this time, which is going to.
Okay, I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. So exactly. And he already has lined some of those people up. And we've had hearings about some of those people. Right. Yeah. So then does that essentially mean that his witnesses get the last word?
On some things, yes. Depending on what it is, he's got to be in response to what the defense does, but he can hold back some witnesses. He can bring back an Albert or a McCabe if he really wants to, depending on how the defense cases goes. So he's going to hold some of that back. Usually you don't want rebuttal to be days and days and days. It's usually shorter, but you get out what you need to and what you need to respond to the defense's strongest points.
Okay. Peter Tragos, the lawyer I am the reporter I'm hoping you're getting to know, because I know Peter is bringing so many people to this conversation. We really appreciate you taking the time, your input. As I said before, I know people, I talk to people here, around the courthouse who do follow this with you. And thank you for your insight. Hopefully, if you have time for us, we'll do it again. We got, another full week coming up next week, this week, coming forward. And thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Happy to.
All right. Take care, Peter. Thank you. All right, let's get after it. I'm Ted Daniel. I'm an investigative reporter at WFXT Boston 25 News. This is our world headquarters here where I'm coming to you from. And I've been so fortunate to have Peter Tragos join me weekly to break down the events of the Karen Read case. He is a lawyer based in Tampa, Florida, and he has multiple streams. He's known as Lawyer and he is able to kind of give me insights that go beyond my pay grade. And I think that's so important for our viewers. We are taping this on Thursday, and there is no court today. Judge Canoni announced that due to the hot temperatures in the Boston area, that she didn't want to put the jury through that. And I posted that, Peter, on my X feed, and people went ballistic. They were brutal to Judge Canoni. They're like, oh, what a hack. She's just trying to take a day off. And I side with her on this one. Courthouse built in 1827. So it's like nearly 200 years old. There's I don't even know if there's central AC, but if there is, it sucks. They have portable units in the courthouse, in the courtroom, but as you've watched the trial, they constantly get shut off because nobody can hear anybody when they're on. So, I mean, probably a smart thing to do, right?
I get where she's coming from with that. We'd never have court in Florida if that was a problem. And maybe they could spend some of the money they've spent on this Karen Read prosecution on fixing the AC problem in the courthouse. That seems like it might be a better use of funds. But honestly, I will just tell you, from a lawyer's perspective and trying cases and knowing scheduling issues come up, we know the defense, based on what Karen Read said, have about 3 days left. We can talk about what that means, but we know for a fact at least a good chunk of that is going to be expert witnesses from ARCA, and we know they're from out of town. We know they're not just going to show up whenever they're next on the board. So my guess is they're planning on coming Monday. And if the defense only had one more day of evidence, Judge Canoni's got to make a call with the scheduling, and good judges, I will say, usually take the brunt of that. If there's a scheduling issue, if it feels like we're wasting a jury's time, the judge will usually make up a reason. Maybe it is because it was hot. Maybe it wasn't air conditioner issues. But I've had judges say, hey, I've got some hearings tomorrow, and it might just be in the morning, but the judge will say, I've got hearings tomorrow, so we've got to kick it to the next day, or we're not going to be able to start till noon, or we're going to have to finish at 1 because I've got some work I need to do as the judge. So the jury doesn't look to either side of the lawyers and say, man, the defense is really wasting our time taking an entire day off Thursday because their witnesses aren't showing up, and hold it against the defense. So instead of that, it could be as simple as Judge Canoni had to come up with a reason why we weren't going to have court today because of a scheduling issue, and this is what she came up with. Or maybe she really doesn't want to show up because it's too hot. I don't know, but I have had that happen in trials before.
Well, it is supposed to be 90 degrees today, so it's going to be, for Boston, it's going to be a hot one. One of the things that I haven't really covered on TV this week, or posted a lot about, but which is something that I think that we should talk about, is the defense filed their proposed jury instructions this week. And you can probably help me understand a little more why those are necessary. But a couple things that I noticed: they want a missing witness instruction for, what is it, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Michael Proctor. So the prosecution is not calling those three very important players in this case. So what does that mean? What does that instruction entail, and how does it work in the favor of the defense?
So number one, it probably indicates the defense is not calling those witnesses either, which is interesting and something we talked about throughout the entire Commonwealth case in chief. Will the defense call those witnesses? Sounds like the answer is no to that. But in Massachusetts, there are lines as to how far you can go in making certain arguments and closing argument. And one of them is there's a limit to how much you can argue the other side not calling a witness without first the court allowing you to do so. And in this scenario, it has to be witnesses that are favorable to the other side, that they are available to the other side, that the other side chose not to call. And in this situation, you are then allowed to have a jury instruction that allows a negative inference to the side that those witnesses were friendly to. So what that means in lay people speak is they can get up there and say Proctor, Higgins, Albert, all were Commonwealth witnesses. The Commonwealth decided not to call them because they would be bad for the Commonwealth. They would prove Karen Reed is innocent, or they would prove reasonable doubt, or Proctor is so bad and so much of a cancer and screwed this case up so much and was so biased that even the Commonwealth didn't want to call him when they could have. It's unheard of that the lead investigator would not be called in a case like this. So they want permission to just go full bore arguing that. They want an instruction from the court, which really beefs up a lawyer's argument to say even the judge is going to tell you they could have called that witness and didn't, and you can look at them negatively for it. So it's just kind of bolstering their argument for not calling those witnesses. I would think, like most jurisdictions, even if they don't get this instruction, they're still allowed to argue, why do you think the prosecutors didn't call Michael Proctor, lead investigator, and then go into a lot of the evidence that already has come out about Michael Proctor?
Okay, I get it. So technically, the jury is not supposed to hold that against the Commonwealth, but this instruction might allow, if this is approved, it might allow the defense to make that argument and for the jury to say, okay, I will make a negative inference in this situation.
Definitely bolsters that argument. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Lucky Loughran, Brian Lucky Loughran. He testified. We're kind of working backwards. And he is the Canton plow driver. Obviously, it was a snowstorm the night that John O'Keefe was killed. He drives a plow truck that I guess is called Franken truck because it's, I guess it's been cobbled together, but it's got a ton of lights on it and super important witness, right? So he says that the Commonwealth's timeline is that John O'Keefe's body would have been on the front lawn of 34 Fairview sometime before 1 a.m. That is their timeline. Loughran says he's plowing the street at 2:30 a.m., looking on both sides. He has these huge lights. He's, up higher than you would be in a normal vehicle. He doesn't see a body, he says. And when he passes by an hour later at 3:30 a.m., he says he sees that Ford Edge. And just for some context here, I'm not sure if this came out during testimony, but at least at the time, members of the Albert family, maybe possibly two, owned a Ford Edge. So I don't think his testimony resonated in the first trial much. I never heard any of the jurors who've spoken really say that that was something that moved the needle. But what about this time around?
Yeah, I think that Lally did a decent job crossing him the first trial, actually, and highlighting some of the memory issues or changes in the timeline, issues with hitting that basketball hoop. The defense did a much better job this time of neutering that in their direct examination. I also think he was so much stronger in his testimony. He
I agree.
Back. If he
Absolutely
would say, you were wrong, he's like, no, I know what I saw, and I know I started at this time, so it only could have been that time. So if I was mistaken, it was an amount of time that didn't matter, or my math was wrong. But if you really add it up, it is right in the timeline that I said. And he wasn't going to let him say that he changed his testimony, or that he was threatened, or that he's coming up here and lying so that he can get some public clout. He was really strong in his testimony. I thought his demeanor was really likable, really honest, and really credible before the jury this time. Significantly better than last time. And I have a vague memory of some juror saying, they didn't really think much of Lucky Loughran's testimony because either it wasn't credible or they just weren't sure whether or not he actually saw it.
And Brennan essentially suggested that Lucky Lochran had been pressured to testify for the defense and make these statements because of Turtle Boy, the content creator, Aidan Carney. And he was actually sitting right behind me in court when and we were talking about that when this all came out. He made this argument that Turtle Boy had written about him and that was going to expose bad things about him if he didn't say things that were beneficial to the defense. But I think Yannetti countered that in a pretty good way when he said, okay, in terms of the timeline, you told, I think it was their defense investigator, this information about driving by months before Turtle Boy ever contacted you. So my understanding is he had already made these statements before his name was even brought out into the public.
Yeah, and Hank Brennan was a little sneaky with his timeline and some of the dates he was saying, because he even got me where he was saying something like an article came out one day before he testified at the last trial to make the time and look up, and then it was actually the year before. Very shaky. I don't like that feeling when I hear an argument from a lawyer. I don't like the feeling like, is this lawyer lying to me? I know judges hate that. He may have come back up and corrected it, but I feel like that type of stuff has happened a couple times. And I don't like that feeling personally as somebody watching a trial, that now I've got to be like, is that actually true what the lawyer's saying? I like to give lawyers the benefit of the doubt, which maybe is my own fault and bias towards lawyers. But I feel like the timeline ended up crumbling for the Commonwealth when it came down to the fact that he was saying these things that were beneficial to the defense just days or weeks after this all happened, before any pressure came out, before anybody even really knew his name was connected to this case. Was there pressure afterwards? Are there a lot of eyeballs on this? Is there a lot of public pressure generally? Maybe. But if I'm Hank Brennan, that's not something I want the jury feeling, that there's a lot of public pressure behind Karen Reed. So you better be behind Karen Reed or else. I don't want the jury feeling that.
Yeah. And I've sort of seen with the last few witnesses here, Brennan, whether you like him or not, he can be effective. It's sort of these Jedi mind tricks where he's very, he'll ask these questions very quickly. And, I think questions, obviously he knows the answer to the questions, but questions that he knows he's going to get a no response to, but it gets in front of the jury. And, he's a guy who's a defense lawyer, that's what he's done all his life. And he's using sort of those same tactics you don't normally see from a prosecutor in his line of questioning. But I think at times it has been effective. So prior to Lucky Lochran, we also saw a now Boston cop who was a Canton cop named Kelly Dever. Don't call her Dever. She'll light you up. She lit up Jackson for that. So we all know that the FBI was investigating claims of corruption in this case. And the way I understand it, so the FBI does this document dump where they turn over a lot of their findings from their investigation. And in that document dump, apparently had this interview that FBI agents did with Kelly Dever, who was a Canton cop in 2022 when John O'Keefe was killed. And Dever had told the FBI that she actually worked overtime the morning that John O'Keefe was killed. And she was at the police station that morning and that day. And she said that Brian Higgins, the ATF agent who was at 34 Fairview Road, and the then Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz were in the Canton Police garage with Karen Reed's Lexus for a, quote, wildly amount of time. So the defense is like, oh my gosh, we're calling her, slam dunk. This is a really good witness. But they, prior to her getting on the stand, I don't know the timeline on it, one calls the other, and Dever tells them, actually, I screwed up on that. That was a, quote, distorted memory. And that led to some fireworks in court. That there was no love between her and Alan Jackson. Your thoughts on Kelly Dever and how, what could have been something very important for the defense kind of fizzled because she says, no, bad memory.
So yeah, I think it depends on how you look at it. There are some people that thought she was an A+ great witness for the defense because they got that fact out and she showed the thin blue line. The commissioner, she had to meet with the commissioner and, he basically told her to testify a certain way is what the defense, wants the jury to think. But I kind of saw it as, I don't think she was worth the risk of calling for the defense, because she did make it look like they called her and threatened her. Now, they called her and threatened her and said, just tell the same story you already told. They didn't tell her what to say, but I think it's adding fodder to Brennan going to be able to say, these defense lawyers, they tell witnesses how they want them to testify. They delete text messages on Signal. They're feeding witnesses, expert witness information when they shouldn't. And I think it's going to add to that because of how she made it look and because she was called by the defense. If she was called by the Commonwealth, I think it would have been a much better look for the defense. But because the defense chose to call her, I think you summarized what the defense was trying to get out of her. I just don't know how effective it was because of all those fireworks, because of all that battling back and forth. And, you know, does the jury believe the defense attorneys? Do they like the defense attorneys? Do they trust them at this point? They've been with them for 6 or 7 weeks. If they do, I think she was a great witness for them. If they don't, and they still are like cop versus defense lawyer, I don't know how effective she was. I don't think she was worth the risk of calling personally. But, you know, these defense lawyers are great lawyers. They're experienced lawyers. They know this case inside and out 1,000 times better than I could ever know it. So I believe they know what they're doing, obviously, with it. They're not calling Proctor. I feel like I would have called Proctor. Yeah. They are calling her. So I think they know what they're doing, and we'll kind of see if there's a method to the madness when it's all said and done. And every lawyer trying a case, it's a delicate dance. Not everything is perfect. You're going to have to adapt as it goes. Not every witness presents exactly like you should. And I get to sit here afterwards and say, oh, they should have called them. They shouldn't have called them. It was good. It was bad. But generally speaking, I think the redirect from Jackson was A+. I think he did as good of a redirect as you possibly could after maybe a little bit of a surprise on direct of how it went kind of off the rails. And I thought it was a pretty good cross by Brennan. And, you know, you mentioned Brennan, a really good cross there. I thought he had a really good cross on Barros, who was a A+ witness for the defense, who I'm sure you're going to talk about. But I thought he struggled crossing Dr. Russell and Lucky Loughran personally. So it's kind of, we've seen some good and some bad with the cross of Brennan.
And something that sort of struck me during Devers' testimony is she said how she sort of came to the conclusion that it was a false memory is that she was confronted with the fact that she had already left the Canton police station before Reed's Lexus even arrived there. And had that not been documented somewhere or figured out by the feds or someone else, I would think that the defense would have hammered her on that. I think the defense would have. They didn't go down that road. They didn't say, what time did you leave that day? Is there, evidence that shows you clocking out or something like that? They didn't touch that. So I'm assuming that maybe the feds were the ones who said, no, that doesn't add up. She was gone. Lexus doesn't come till, after 5 or around 5 to the Canton police station. She's out of work way before that.
I left Lucky Loughran's testimony thinking he did not see a body in the yard. I left Devers' testimony saying, I have no idea if she saw Higgins and Berkowitz and for how long and when with the Lexus. And that was kind of how it came across to me. Maybe some people are like, oh, I guarantee at 3:45 they were back there with the Lexus doing something nefarious. I kind of feel like you did. They left some of that on the table. I'm not really sure if I believe that she saw them when she said she saw them. I just don't really know what to take from her testimony, frankly. That's just the way I saw it, which is one person. Other people can feel free to disagree as they have with my take and kind of view of her, but that's kind of how I saw her testimony as well.
You brought up Nicholas Barros. He is a Dighton police sergeant. Dighton is the town in southeastern Massachusetts where Karen Reed's parents live. And that's where she went on the 29th after leaving Meadows. So Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan, I believe, show up to tow her Lexus, and they call Barros because that's standard protocol to have another officer from the town that they're visiting just to be there. Barros says he looks at the taillight. He sees the taillight, and I thought this was effective. Yannetti shows a picture of the taillight completely missing, all the plastic. He says, no, that's not, absolutely not, is what the word he used. That's not what I saw. He said it had a hole about the size of a dollar bill on it. But I thought Brennan was extremely effective in sort of crumbling his memory. Your thoughts on that?
I thought he was extremely effective getting Barros to agree. His memory is not perfect. He was wrong about something he said on the stand with whether or not he saw the picture last trial, and he does not have a perfect memory, and his memory does not get better with time. But like we said with Lucky, like we said with Dever, I came away from Barros's testimony that he absolutely did not see the taillight in the condition that it was seen later at Canton PD, and that he absolutely pointed to the piece, and it made perfect sense, that red piece that is about the size of a dollar bill, that if you're going to back into something on the side of that mirror, that red piece would break. I came away absolutely believing that from his perspective, in his eyes, that's what he saw, and it was absolutely not the same as what happened or what it was shown at Canton PD. So even after I agree, a completely effective, as good of a cross as you can do for Hank Brennan, for somebody that just landed a haymaker against your entire case. I thought he did an amazing cross-examination on that, but still, I just felt like Barros was believable. And I felt like he didn't have a dog in the fight. He wasn't trying to push for one side or the other, but he was very certain about what he saw with that taillight.
And Jackson established that. I thought he did a really good job. His initial line of questioning for Barros was exactly what you said, that he doesn't have a dog in this fight. He's, in a town that's 40, 50 minutes away. He's not connected to Proctor or any of the people. Canton we've seen is so parochial. Everybody knows everybody, and everyone's brother is a cop or on the select board. But no, here's this guy who is just sort of completely removed from all of that, and his testimony has not changed. This is where he's been from the get-go. Sort of one of the more dramatic things that happened this week is Bob Alessi vigorously demanding a mistrial in this case. And that was based, and tell me if I have this correctly, is during a line of questioning that Brennan had. Brennan slipped in the absence of dog DNA. And when they were questioning Dr. Marie Russell, and the fact that, they took swabs from John O'Keefe's clothing. And I know there's been a lot of concern about how all that was done, but I sent it to a lab in California. And they said, no, there was pig DNA, but no dog DNA. So Alessi comes out and is like, all right, stop the presses. We got to end this now. Well, is that more for an appeal argument, or was that something that was legit?
Yeah, I think the defense attorneys are pretty confident no matter what happens in this case. Judge Cannoni's not going to grant a mistrial, so you can call it for appellate purposes, but you do have to make the objection. You do have to ask for mistrial. You do have to make the argument and lay the record, which he did. And I think seeing Lucky Loughran kind of gave us an idea, right? He brings in the blogger, he brings in articles, he shows Lucky Loughran articles. That stuff wasn't in evidence either. So you're allowed to cross-examine witnesses on collateral issues or issues outside the trial when it comes to their credibility. The issue is, how much detail are you allowed to use, and how much are you allowed to testify and state something as a fact, like there was no dog DNA? And from my perspective, the Commonwealth was allowed to use that as a sword and a shield in this trial. They didn't bring it up in their case in chief, so it was kind of a shield. Yep. And now they're using it as a sword because the defense wasn't able to attack it and to say what was swabbed, where was it sent, chain of custody, Proctor did it. They weren't able to dig into the issues with that, lack of dog DNA and potentially pig DNA being in there. And he was just allowed to say it as if it was a fact to Marie Russell. And he was allowed to, as Hank Brennan does, state it the way he wanted to state it and the way he sees the evidence, regardless of sometimes how it comes in, which can be very effective for a lawyer. And good lawyers can use evidence to the best of their ability and to the best of their case. And that's exactly how it came out. And it was inappropriate because it was facts, not in evidence. It was not just an article that the jury could read for themselves or see the picture for themselves. It was very different when he is basically testifying. What are those lab results? What do they mean? How are they done? And none of that came out in evidence. So it was a problem, and that could be a big issue for appeal when it's coming to cross-examination of a defense witness.
And when, an appeal is filed, do you make it on what you think is the most important issue, or do you throw everything in and say, here are all the issues we believe are appealable?
Any good lawyer can find 100 issues in every trial that you could appeal, right? Especially this trial, especially one this long. You have to pick your best arguments. Usually it's your best 2 or 3. Some people go up to 4. But one of those arguments, sometimes there's no real line, right? Different lawyers have different feelings about that. But one of the arguments you can have is cumulative error. There were just so many little errors, or big and little errors, throughout this trial that it just couldn't have been a fair trial overall. And so sometimes lawyers will pick that, and that's a way where you can pile a bunch in.
All right. Well, I thought it was a super interesting week. This is one of I don't know, maybe just because I was in the courtroom every day. I thought there was just really interesting testimony and fireworks at certain times. And we're getting to home stretch. Karen Reed said yesterday after court that her team may be done on Tuesday, and then the prosecution gets to call their rebuttal witnesses. And then we get to the home stretch, and I have no idea which way the jury's going to go, man. I'm like, everyone always asks me that. What do you think? And I'm just like, I have some feelings on the second degree murder portion of it, but the other stuff, I just don't know. And we will all be waiting with absolute bated breath. All right. One interesting. So I always try to talk to Alessi. Because I find him he's such a character. All right. Some things I learned about him this week. His dad was a Golden Glove boxer. He's a boxer. And if anyone ever wants to bet you on how many times his nose has been broken, take the over. He said 7, and he pushed in his nose. He's like, I got no cartilage. No, I just find him. He's a super nice guy. He's, he's a total chatterbox. And there are times when, we can't talk about the case, but we do get to talk to everyone involved. And you learn some interesting things. Well,
yeah. That's also my grandfather was a trainer for some big time boxers like Roberto Duran, Macho Camacho, Marvin.
No
Hagler.
way.
Yeah, and his nose the same way got broken a lot. He was he's a black belt in I think jiu-jitsu or something. My grandpa was quite a character on his own. So I know a little bit about the boxing world and broken noses. So mine's never been broken. So I'm trying to keep it that way.
Mine has. That's why it's a little bent to the right. Where was he? Was he in what?
Yeah, he's Miami is where he kind of came up, and then he ended up over here near Tampa as well. He's passed now, but yeah, they know him in the boxing world for sure.
Are you one of the few people who's actually from Florida, lives in Florida, and is from Florida?
Born and raised. My dad came here when he was a very, very young kid, and has been here basically his entire life as well.
I lived in Tampa. I did a 3-year tour down there. It was actually during 9/11. And that's where CENTCOM.
SOCOM.
Yeah. One of the commands for the U.S. military. Yeah. Medill Air Force Base.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember doing a lot of live shots outside of there. And my news directors at the time were like, all right, as soon as you can fly, we want you to take a camera on an airplane and just document what it was like. I'm like, all right. So I do this. Of course, second I get off the plane, they just flew me to Atlanta. I had 3 FBI agents all right, who's this weirdo filming everything? I'm like, that probably wasn't the best idea. Yeah. But hey, it made
You're on a list. You're on a list. That's okay.
I'm on the list. All right, man. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to catch up with you, and we really appreciate your time. And hopefully we'll see you back next week, and maybe only a few more weeks of this to go.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
He is Peter Tragos, at Lawyer like him and subscribe him because he's where it's at. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
John O'Keefe was raising 2 children he adopted after his sister and her husband tragically died within 2 months of one another. He was also a Boston police officer. John was dating Karen Reed for a couple of years when tragedy struck. It was January 28th, 2022, and John went bar hopping with Karen in downtown Canton, Massachusetts. First, they went to C.F. McCarthy's, then the Waterfall Bar and Grill across the street. Also at the Waterfall was Brian Albert and some friends. When the Waterfall closed, Brian invited everyone to his house for an after party. When they started to arrive at the Alberts, there was a group of younger adults who were there celebrating Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of that home the following morning. Prosecutors say Karen Reed ran him over after a heated argument fueled by jealousy. Karen says she's innocent. So who does she and her attorneys believe is responsible? From the cross-examination in court, it seems like they're pointing the finger at Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert, who was a high school senior at the time. Tonight, we take a look at the cross-examination of Colin Albert. What has it revealed? What does it prove? We'll bring in our trial insiders as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And again, another big day inside the courtroom in Dedham, Massachusetts. The trial of Karen Reed. Things are heating up in there. Things are getting very, very real. And we are really, despite the fact that we're in the prosecution's case, we are in the heart of the defense case right now as well through their cross-examination of some of these witnesses. Now, John O'Keefe died in the cold. That's a fact. He was on the front lawn. Someone placed him there, or he was struck by a car, but he ended up on the front lawn of the Alberts home, and he died as that storm came rolling in the overnight hours, the blizzard that everyone was preparing for. So the real question is, how does he end up there? And there are two competing theories in this case, in this trial for this jury, which makes this trial a little different. A lot of times we're at trial and there's, the prosecution theory, and then there's the defense just doing the old, let's poke some holes in it. Let's poke some holes in it. And we know how those trials end. We know how they end. You haven't poked enough holes. Sometimes the defense does have a story. Sometimes it's self-defense. We've seen those cases, and they can be successful if the jury finds the accused credible. Self-defense, they take the stand. But this one, there's two completely different theories on what happened and who's responsible and what exactly caused the death of John O'Keefe and how he ended up on that front lawn. So, first one is John's girlfriend did it, Karen Reed. She's the one. She's the one responsible. The relationship had soured. That's what we've heard from the prosecutor. Things weren't great. We haven't heard all their evidence yet along those lines, but we expect to hear some messages that Karen Reed left for John O'Keefe. There was some jealousy. There were some flirtations with others. You know, all of that they're saying rolled into one, and then something happened inside her SUV on the ride from the waterfall to the Alberts home, and that was it. That was the motive. That was why she put that car in reverse, going 24 miles an hour, over 60 feet, and knocked him down, ran over him, left him on the yard to die in the snow, and cracked the taillight while all that was happening. The other theory is that a high school senior did it, Colin Albert, who is related to the Alberts in the home, but he's not their son. He's their nephew. His parents weren't there. His parents were at the bar, but they didn't go to the after party. So this is the guy, because it became extremely clear today, despite the fact that the defense hasn't been able to specifically lay that out for the jury. Everyone got it today. We got it. You're pointing the finger over here at this guy. Where we go, like this. There you go. They're pointing the finger at him, period. End of story. That's what we learned today inside the courtroom. So let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Join us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts tonight. Matt, great to see you. It was a day of clarity for me for what this defense is all about. So, you know, the defense case, I said, we're sort of in the heart of it because they're building it through cross-examination. And today was the cross-examination of Colin Albert, the one who was a high school senior when all this happened. Tell me about it.
Very nice to see you. And there were fireworks inside that courtroom today. I was in court watching all of the jurors who were paying close attention today. You could hear a pin drop when Colin Albert was called to the stand for cross today, and it was fiery. These defense attorneys suggest that he was not properly investigated, call him an alternate suspect. And today he was questioned about pictures that they found on social media through a neighborhood restaurant that show injuries to one of his hands. Here's what he said about that.
How'd you get those injuries? I was at a party, my house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway. What'd you have in your left hand? If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
Also on cross, he was asked about some videos that he had posted in his either sophomore, junior, or senior year. He couldn't quite remember, but they were videos that are threats towards people he didn't know, people in town as part of a local hockey team that he said he was sparring with. Take a listen.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right? Correct. You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right? No. You're threatening to kick their ass, right? Correct. To get physical, right? Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
Really interesting to watch the jurors in that tiny courtroom during this sparring, this very contentious cross-examination by Alan Jackson there. A lot of the jurors were taking deep breaths afterwards. I noticed at least one juror in the front row. He was looking back at his notes that are probably from yesterday or 2 days ago.
This is crucial for the defense. It's crucial for the prosecution, right? They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But for the defense, they're starting to make their case, or attempting to make their case that someone else is responsible. And you show a picture of a young man with those marks on his knuckle. You're obviously pointing the finger at him as being at least one of the people that was beating up John O'Keefe that night. Wow. So that's a huge part of today. But there was another witness. There was another McCabe who testified. Not Jennifer McCabe, though. Not yet. It was Matt McCabe.
Right. Matt McCabe is another key witness for this Commonwealth for the prosecution, because not only was he over at the waterfall, this is him leaving with his wife there. This is the Alberts, rather, leaving with Colin. But he was at the waterfall bar with Karen and John O'Keefe. And then he went to the after party at 34 Fairview Road. And that's really key because he was noticing his wife talking to John O'Keefe, and also he looked out the window, and this is what he saw.
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now is further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in. Just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat. I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
Sure.
I want to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
So he's going to be back on the stand tomorrow. Remember, he was also the driver that night with several people, including Nagel, that says that she saw the blob out in front of the house. And then also, as I just mentioned, his wife left the courthouse here with him today. So one can only imagine that she's going to be the next one or two witnesses on the stand.
Yeah, we're working our way through everyone that was at that house. And again, I'm still sitting here amazed how many people were in and out of that house, how many people showed up to pick people up, how many people showed up to drop people off. Yet talking about the actual striking of John O'Keefe, either by a human being in the house or by the car outside the house, no one is testifying about seeing any of that. So let's get now to, again, the third-party defense was a big issue before the opening statements, and we heard more about that today.
Yeah, so we heard about that today, and it was a big moment in court. So the jury, this was out of their presence, and this is when the defense team also asked for the witness, Colin Albert, to leave the room. He was out of earshot, and they were talking about him being an alternate suspect and why they were arguing that they should be able to admit their third-party defense. Here was part of that.
The Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to Bowden, but yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the jurors' attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this? The evidence points to that may have done this. Absolutely, this evidence, what we now have, points directly in that. It's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
So, Vinny, this argument was a win for the defense at the end of the day because they were arguing before the videos were played to the jury. The videos came in about him making those alleged threats towards people he didn't know here in town. And it's also very interesting because this is the first time we've heard the judge ask them about submitting something for the third-party defense. Because remember, before opening statements, she said that she was not going to allow them to open on that, but she was going to allow evidence in and then make her determination before they begin their case.
Huge developments today, Matt. What a big, big day. Matt Johnson in the middle of it, inside the courtroom. Thank you so much for that reporting. We will speak again tomorrow night. Now, I want to take a closer look at that image on the knuckles of Colin Albert. What exactly can we glean from that? Let me bring in my special guest, board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Dr. Banerjee, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I don't know how much you can tell us or what more you would need to know. But I wanted to get at least some sort of an opinion about these photos. So let's put them up. First, it's the wider shot. They're at a place called Fenway Johnny's. We're looking at the right hand here of Colin Albert. Now, I want to give you 2 dates, okay? This picture taken apparently on February 26th. What the defense is alleging, that it's the result of a beating, a fight, an ambush on January 28th, almost a month prior. Looking at that, how difficult is it to tell the age of a wound on someone's knuckles like this? And can you tell what do these images tell you? And I think we have a close-up shot as well that we can show you.
So obviously it's a circumstantial case, and that's all I'm going to say about the legal aspect of it. They're trying to make it seem like this kid had a likely altercation. Now, if you have almost a month between the incident and this photo, I think these are too fresh. A month, a normal kid would have healing, okay? A normal person. So although it shows like a pattern of behavior, and I think that's what they were getting at, I don't think you can say that these wounds specifically were from the incident of Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Let me ask you this now. So from your perspective, they're not fresh. What if you get an injury like that, and then after you get that injury, as it's healing, you maybe do some boxing, you're hitting the heavy bags. Could that aggravate it to the point where it might appear like this? I'm just trying to figure out if under any circumstance, this could be related to something happening almost a month prior.
Absolutely. So part of like what I'm trained, like I know we recognize injury in different forms, like MMA fighters repeatedly hit their shins to thicken the bone and almost make it like harden it so they can take impact. So if he is training repeatedly with impact to the back of the hand, potentially, even if it's healing and scabbing, they can be reopened. Absolutely. So if you're practicing and then practicing again a few days later, that's not enough time for the wound to completely resolve.
And obviously this is the only evidence they have, is this photo. The photo itself, what does it tell you anything definitively one way or the other? Could you tell how he got this injury? Does this look consistent with getting into a fight? Does it look consistent with falling and breaking your fall with your knuckles? Does it tell you anything?
Sure. So what we're seeing on the back of the knuckles are called abrasions, but that's the medical term. Let's just call them what they are. They're scrapes, okay? The skin is rubbed away. So he's hit his knuckles on something, or something's hit his knuckles. I don't know what's impacting what. Could it be boxing? Sure. Now, it's really inconsistent with falling on the snow or whatever story he made up.
How about the driveway? The driveway, you're walking up a steep driveway. It's a little slippery. You've got something in your left hand. You fall. You want to break the fall with your right hand. And apparently he broke it sort of with a fist.
Right. That's highly unusual. Now, let me just tell you, growing up, my parents' driveway was so steep, that's where we would all go sledding. So when it was a sheet of ice, I knew how slippery it was. I mean, just think about when you fall, people outstretch their hand, right? That's the normal response. And so even if he has something in his left hand, it's the right one that's affected. That's a really unusual mechanism to hit the pavement or the snow or ice, whatever, with the back of your hand. It's really an outstretched hand. People often fracture their wrist that way. That's an unusual mechanism. Could he have scraped it some other way in the ice or snow? Absolutely.
Let me ask you this, and the final question, we're almost out of time. I'm looking at it, and it looks like at least 3, possibly 4 knuckles are impacted. At least 3 are very obvious. Is that consistent with what you've seen through the years in cases where people got into fights?
Sure. So, I mean, if that's a punch mechanism, the knuckles are going to be really the weapon, if you will, right? That's the bony part that hits the object, the target. Sometimes people can even get like what they call a boxer's fracture if they're not trained. And that's more on the outer aspect of the hand, like the ring finger, pinky finger, that area, but it's further down into the hand from the impact, the force. But he's doing something with his hands that have like a blunt force effect, and they're scraping his knuckles away.
Dr. Priya Banerjee, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll speak again. All right, folks, when we come back, we'll bring in our trial insiders, take a look at some of this evidence. What does it mean? What are they seeing? Plus, coming up next hour.
They are known as the Doomsday Couple, Chad and Lori Daybell, leading a group of preppers preparing for the end times. But Lori and Chad are accused of much more than just leading a cult. They've been implicated in a string of murders. Lori was convicted of murdering her children, JJ and Tylee, and Chad's first wife, Tammy. She's also getting ready for her trial for the murder of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Meanwhile, Chad is currently on trial for the murder of Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. And today, the jury saw some potentially incriminating text messages. We'll take a look at them. Do they prove murder?
Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell if there is a, quote, perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children. Chad's response is that there is a plan being orchestrated for the children.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious. After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The Killer or Cover-Up Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. At what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo. Correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
It is clear the defense is pointing the finger at the knuckles of Colin Albert, who was in high school at the time. Let me bring in my guests, my trial insiders. Joining us, Karen Reed supporter and expert Nick Rocco, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr., who at one time did represent Colin Albert, does not represent him anymore. And the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, is with us. Great to see everyone tonight. Nick, I'll begin with you. What does this photo tell you?
It tells me that Colin Albert was at a 21-plus club at 17 years old with cuts all over his knuckles. That was less than 4 weeks after this incident that happened to John O'Keefe. Now, there is a much clearer picture out there of his knuckles where you can actually see they're somewhat healed, but not really. There is no way that he slipped down a driveway on ice and that happened, just for the sole fact that when you fall, when anybody falls, they brace their fall. Your hands open up and you try to catch yourself. I've never heard of somebody putting their fist down on the ground and then sliding down the driveway and scraping their knuckles. Now, he could have came up with something a little better along the lines of, yeah, I was punching the punching bag, or even I punched a wall when I was a little upset. I don't believe the jury bought that at all, and that's not going to be good for him.
Joseph, what are your thoughts here?
Well, the defense, right, is all in on Colin now. There's no doubt about that. And we knew this was coming. It's been a year and a half of the defense attorneys and Karen Reed herself collaborating with bloggers as part of a concerted effort, as part of a smear campaign on an 18-year-old kid. Your own expert just said that those pictures demonstrate injuries that are too fresh for a 19 or 20-year-old kids to have taken place a month prior. She said that until you tried to talk her off of it and inserted facts that aren't in evidence. No evidence that he had ever hit a punching bag between January 28th and the time that picture was taken. You also admitted the fact that there was a picture taken in between that time that demonstrated absolutely no injury to his knuckles. And I will tell you, because I've seen them, there's not just one picture out there. There's several pictures out there from at least 2 different nights where Colin Albert has absolutely no visible injury on his knuckle. But again, he produces a picture with no injury, and the whole Karen Reed movement says it's doctored. It's like Groundhog Day. Every time a piece of evidence is produced, they say it was doctored, and every single day they add a new civilian witness to their conspiracy theory. I'm all about defense attorneys doing whatever they can within the ethical limits of the law to represent a client. I know Karen Reed's fighting for her life, but let's talk about that video. How absurd
We're
is
going to talk
that?
about the video in just a second. We're going to definitely talk about the video in a second. He's always one step ahead, Joseph Kraske Jr. All right, Kevin, you are
expert.
Right, Kevin.
Your own expert said those injuries.
No, I'm not trying the case. I bring in
with
people I trust, and they tell me what they tell me. I don't tell anybody what to say on this show. You know that, Joseph. Kevin, you were referencing a photo before. I think we have the photo. Let's put that up. There it is. It's up on the screen right now. Tell me your thoughts about this photo that we're looking at and the photo from Fenway Johnny's.
And that photo there is from February 9th, 10 days after John died. So not only are his knuckles clean, but if he had been in a fight, his knuckles would show marks, and they don't there. Another thing is Colin said very effectively, repeatedly, that he's never been in a fight in his life. Now, this is a town where half the town is against these people now. And a good chunk of the rest that aren't are trying to insert themselves into the case because it's now such a big case. And nobody has come forward to say that they've seen him in a fight. Nobody's come forward with a video showing him bragging about being in a fight. He's never been in a fight. There's no evidence that he's ever been in a fight.
Let me take a look now at the videos that Joseph was referencing. Let's watch. These are 2 videos. They're pretty quick, but the defense brought them in today.
Your fans boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will pull up, bitch. You're a bitch, bro.
All right, Joseph on the stand. He admitted that he was threatening physical violence in these. What are your thoughts?
Well, he didn't really admit that. Let's remember why they first came in. He was asked if he had been in a fight before, and he said no. So as impeachment evidence, they were allowed in, I believe, over objection to show that that statement was demonstrably false, which it was not. He's never been in a fight. Turtle Boy's offering $100 for anyone that can produce a video. So far, 160 people have commented with not a single person able to show that he's been in a fight. Those were sophomoric, literally, his sophomore year in high school, sophomoric videos, pretend videos. They were almost spoofs. No fight resulted from those videos. I mean, it's absolutely silly. Bang, bang, as if he's gangster and has a gun. And somehow Alan Jackson argued that that shows a propensity for violence. You can't make this stuff up.
Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kid being a kid. It's if we all had videos of the stuff that we did when we were 14 or 15 years old, and back then there were no smart cell phones, so you didn't have that level of documentation. But here's a kid who's drinking with his friends. He's an athlete. He's hanging around with jocks, and everybody wants to prove to their buddies how tough they are. Yet he's probably embarrassed now that he's never actually been in a fight, because he's that kind of kid that goes home and has to go up and tell his parents goodnight before he goes to bed. That's the kind of kid he actually is.
Nick.
I would have to disagree with that. I think this is him being a tough guy. As far as that picture you showed, it doesn't show the top of his knuckles like it does in the photo taken by the photographer that was never edited. It's very light. And you see the front of his hand. The picture of his knuckles all cut up is the top of his knuckles. So this picture doesn't really prove anything. And they wouldn't post a picture online that would show his knuckles, if in my opinion. But the photographer photo, they just posted it because that's what they do. They take pictures at a club and they post it. So as far as, saying, oh, look at this picture taken on February 11th, they wouldn't post a picture if it was going to hurt Colin in this situation. So as far as that goes, I don't believe that, this picture was either. I do believe maybe it was taken before, but you can't see the top of his knuckles.
All right, folks.
They wouldn't have posted that picture from the bar a week later if they thought that was going to put him in harm's way.
He didn't post it. The photographer did because they had no control over the photographer, Joe.
He wouldn't be out posing with injuries to his knuckles. Their own expert said the injuries are recent. You can't get around that.
All right, folks.
The knuckles that make contact.
There you go.
That's the part.
All right, our insiders are staying with us. The defense today alleging that Colin Albert was being protected. Was he?
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Cross-examination was intense today, and that's because it appears the defense is pointing the finger at Colin Albert as the one who ambushed, attacked John O'Keefe inside the house. So Courtney Proctor, who is Courtney Proctor? Well, she is somehow related to the lead investigator in the case. Let's take a listen.
Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
He was at the wedding there with Michael Proctor, who is Courtney Proctor's brother. Let's bring back in our insiders, Nick Rocco, Joseph Krowski Jr., Kevin Lanahan. The allegation by the defense, Kevin, is that they are protecting Colin. And it really, the biggest protector perhaps of all, according to the defense, might be the lead investigator, Michael Proctor.
Well, if the facts of the case were different, yeah, it would be a problem. There do seem to be some level of connection to the Proctor family. But as you saw today, Matt McCabe very credibly testified, as everybody has, that when he got there, he never saw Colin. Colin was gone. So Colin, this is why he wasn't mentioned originally to the Canton police, because he was gone so far before he was basically leaving as the homeowners were just getting home. So I think it's a mistake by the defense to push this Colin angle. They would have been more fruitful to go after Brian Higgins. And now that the jury has seen, this is pretty much debunked. I think the jury's going to lose. I think the defense has lost all credibility with the jury at this point.
Nick, do you think Proctor is protecting Colin Albert?
Well, yeah. He's not mentioned in any police reports. He's not interviewed until a year and a half later with a 10-minute interview by Michael Proctor. He recognized him right when he walked in the room, and that's when he should have walked out of the room and said, I can't interview him. Someone else needs to. And not to mention the fact that Brian Albert said he saw Colin in the kitchen. Nicole Albert said that when she walked in the door, he was right in the hallway. And Colin Albert said that he bumped into them outside. So you have three different stories, Colin being in three different places at the same time. So who's lying? I'm pretty sure all of them are lying because the stories keep changing here. So, and just to point out Kevin's fact where he said Matt McCabe was credible. So the second time he looked at Karen Reed's vehicle was at the flagpole. The third time he looked at Karen Reed's vehicle, it was gone. That means he was looking directly at the flagpole and he didn't see no blob on the lawn. So John wasn't on the lawn because he was inside the house. He said it.
Now, I want to put something up on the screen here for you, Joseph. Allie McCabe testified yesterday, and then you have those text messages going back and forth with Colin Albert. 12:10 a.m., Allie, I'm here. 12:10 a.m., Colin, okay. Let's take a listen to some of her
testimony about the screenshots that seem to put together a timeline for when Colin's ride arrived.
You didn't turn over that screenshot of the text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes, believe.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer have possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
Okay, Joseph, let me ask you, is Allie McCabe and Michael Proctor, are they protecting your former client, Colin Albert?
Absolutely not. We now have 7 different civilians in the house that are fairly consistent, as amazingly consistent given the passage of time and all the comings and goings from the house, that all have Colin Albert leaving that house around 12:10 to 12:15. You saw Matt McCabe today, the type of guy that's calling his daughter's high school hockey coach on the way out to the get-together to check in on her and her hockey. Do you think he's going to embroil his daughter in a murder cover-up, bring her to the scene and have her drive Colin out of there after Colin allegedly assaulted someone? And do you think Matt McCabe, guy that's worked professionally for 15 years, never committed a crime in his life, is all of a sudden going to be involved in a cover-up? Colin Albert's not even related to him. Trooper Proctor, his sister is friends with Colin's mother. That's going to lead Trooper Proctor to start planting taillights at all over the place, including in front of Fairview Lane, and to plant.
Nick, there we go.
Karen Reed's car? Come on.
We missed a little bit of what you said, Joseph, but we got most of it. Nick, go ahead.
Well, Matt McCabe's involved in this cover-up because his wife Google searched "Hoss Long to Die in the Cold" at 2:27. But there is no way Colin Albert left that house at 12:10, and here's why. Julie Albert was already home before Chris. Chris got home at 12:20. They're saying it takes 8 minutes from 34 Fairview Road to get to Colin's house. So say he left at 12:10. That means he got home at 12:18 before Chris. But Chris testified that Colin wasn't home. Chris was in bed for 15 minutes before he fell asleep. So that puts us around 12:40. And at some point after that is when Colin came in to say goodnight to his mom and dad, apparently. So that puts us around 12:40, 12:45. So there is no way, even if he left at 12:15, there is no way Colin got home at the time he's saying. It just didn't happen.
Kevin, do you agree on the timeline?
It sounds like Nick has finally given up on Comagate as he promised us last night. But
that's true.
Let's look at the scenario that Nick is portraying here, all right? And let's look at Matt McCabe's testimony. Here's a guy driving home to his 4 daughters. He's got his wife and he's got 2 other young women that are taking home in the back of the car. And Nick in the defense wants us to think that they've left behind a man who is clinging to life inside the house, and that they already know the plan is to take this guy out and drop him off in the lawn to die in the cold. And he's going home as part of a murder cover-up to these 4 young girls that are his daughters. That's the scenario that the defense wants us to believe. It's not only absurd, it's insulting.
Joseph?
So you didn't say anything about Chris.
Sarah Levinson, a woman that went to nursing school, a woman that saves lives, that I don't even think knows Colin Albert, is going to participate in a cover-up McLaughlin, an EMT that was trying to save John's life, is going to participate in a cover-up? You know who didn't go in the house? Who was supposed to go in the house? Karen Reed, who was invited in the house by Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and everyone. Karen Reed, the same person that kept stopping and starting her car, consistent with an argument taking place between her and John O'Keefe. The same person on national television that didn't rule out the fact that she might have hit John O'Keefe and incapacitated him.
Go ahead, Nick. I'll give you the last word tonight.
Well, Kevin, you didn't explain anything about the time Colin leaving because of Chris and Julie's testimony. And as far as what Joe had said, as Sarah Levinston, these people are scared of Brian Albert. It's clear as day. You have Colin Albert at the DA's office today, Tuesday and Wednesday. He testified that he hadn't talked to these people in over a month. Vinny, it's wild, man. It seems like me and you are the only ones that aren't on the Albert's payroll here. I mean, it's common sense at this point.
I'm not on anybody's payroll. I'm only after the truth, and you should try it out.
All right. We will leave it there for tonight. Nick Rocco, Joseph Krowski Jr., Kevin Lenahan, appreciate your passion, your insight. Joseph, you have something else?
Tie or no tie tomorrow? I didn't get the memo. You and Matt, no ties tonight.
Long story. It was a frantic situation in front of Brian and Nicole Albert's home in Canton, Massachusetts on the morning of January 29, 2022. Police, emergency vehicles, first responders, and 3 civilian women were on the scene. On the front lawn of that home, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, partially buried in the snow, frozen and lifeless. It was the scene of a tragic death, and prosecutors say it was murder. One of the 3 women who had pulled up to the scene was Karen Reed. She was described as hysterical by witnesses. She was John O'Keefe's girlfriend. She attempted CPR before first responders arrived. She was physically and mentally shaken. Witnesses say she was repeating the phrase, "I hit him. I hit him," a statement which seemed like a confession to striking Officer O'Keefe with her SUV. Prosecutors believe it is a confession and have charged Karen Reed with murder. Karen Reed doesn't agree. In fact, she is claiming her innocence and says she dropped John off at a party inside that house, and someone in that house murdered John and conspired with local and state police to frame her. Tonight, we will take a listen to witnesses who drove to the house that night. What did they see? What didn't they see? What does it prove? We'll bring in our insiders as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. Things are heating up inside the courtroom in Dedham, Massachusetts for the murder trial of Karen Reed. Let's go back to the scene, the home of the Alberts. I mean, that night, there were a lot of visitors to that house. There were people inside the house. There were people outside the house, people being dropped off, people being picked up, people coming in, people leaving. There was a lot of traffic through there, a lot of visitors. So when you think about this case, keep this in mind. You've got all these people running around the house. Both sides here are saying there was a murder that night and that John O'Keefe was killed purposely, either by Karen Reed with her car, or the defense is saying someone inside that house. But the bottom line is, on either scenario where you're talking about the murder of a Boston police officer, there are people all over the house. I mean, a lot of witnesses that night. A lot of witnesses who saw things. You know, they saw the weather, they saw each other, they saw cars pulling up, they saw people walking in, people walking out, they heard conversations, they all were drinking. It's all been described as a very good time by everyone. But at the end of the day, in a case, again, where both sides are claiming that this Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, who everyone agrees, a tremendous guy, like a great guy, was murdered. And with all these people, right, in the house, outside the house, pulling up to the house, driving away from the house, no one apparently saw John O'Keefe. How does that work? How does that make sense? Again, let's review what we just went through. There are people inside the house. There are people outside the house. There are people pulling up to the house. There are people driving away from the house. All of this is going on. And this officer is murdered, yet no one saw him. The closest we have to anyone seeing Officer O'Keefe is a reference to a black blob on the yard, which they didn't think was a human being, because if they did, they wouldn't have just driven past this black blob that they saw on the yard. This is amazing. So no one sees him before the murder, and no one sees him after the murder. How is that possible? How does that make sense? It's hard, right? Now, you have to keep this all in context again, right? It's a trial. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. Prosecution has to carry their burden and prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense doesn't have to do anything. But, you know, they're saying something else happened here, so they got to give us something, right? So what are they giving us through the cross-examination? What is the prosecution giving us through the direct examination? Who can this jury trust? You got a lot of witnesses testifying about what they saw, and a lot of them testifying about what they didn't see. And the common denominator in all of that is the victim in the case, John O'Keefe. More compelling testimony today inside that courtroom. Let me bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, joining us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. All right, you know, it can get a little confusing, all these people, because it's very busy, a lot of potential witnesses in this case, and a lot of people are taking the stand. Let's talk about Julie Nagel's brother. And again, Julie Nagel is significant because she's the one who may have seen John O'Keefe. She says she saw a black blob on the front yard as she was driving away that night. Julie Nagel's brother and two friends drove up to the house that night. Tell me more.
Very nice to see you. So we're getting the group today of witnesses that were the rides for the people that were at the after party. And this included Ryan Nagel and his then girlfriend, Heather Maxson. They were in a car together. They were on their way to pick up Julie from that after party. And what she noticed and told investigators in this jury today is really key, because she noticed a black SUV and also two people inside. Take a listen.
As you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
So when Ryan is then on the stand, he talks about also seeing that black SUV parked in front of the house, but he only sees one person inside. Listen to this.
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir, yes.
Could you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center. It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. I wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
Only saw one person when the SUV is spotted in front of the home, Vinny, and then they were pressed on what they saw and didn't see. They did not see John O'Keefe exit the vehicle or in the front yard. They also did not see, they also said they weren't looking for it, but damage to the SUV.
Okay, so Heather, the former girlfriend of Ryan at this point, right? They're broken up. She sees a male figure in the car, can't identify him as John O'Keefe, but that's at the intersection before they drive down the street. But once they drive down the street, she doesn't see John O'Keefe. She doesn't see him exit the car, doesn't see him in the car.
Yeah, that's correct. So they gave the right of way to the black SUV that they saw on the roadway. So that car makes it to the same house, coincidentally, before they do. And that's exactly what was reported today in court.
Okay. Things are getting clearer as to what people saw and when they saw it, but still not clear as to where John O'Keefe is once they pull up to the house. Let's talk about the first McCabe, I believe, to take the stand, Allison McCabe. Who is she and what did she have to say today?
Yeah, she's the daughter of Jen and Matt McCabe, who we've heard so much about. And she is the first McCabe to take the stand, Allison. She broke down on the stand at one point in time at the end of her testimony because she was really talking about another factor in all of this, in this story that's unfolding in this community. What she claims is the harassment of her cousin Colin and also the harassment of her family.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
no, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So the people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment are we
phone call, constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please? Sure.
She had to take a moment, and rightly so. I mean, even the judge, I think, asked her if she needed a Kleenex. It could be felt here at the courthouse. But again, her testimony in the case for the Commonwealth was really important and key because she introduces the text messages for the pickup time and after she was at the house, according to them. But she was challenged by the defense if she altered those messages at all before she screenshotted them and handed them over to an investigator.
You know, I looked at Allison McCabe, and a lot of people were talking about her testimony. And I mean, she's a kid. Like, I can say that. You know, I know she might be 20 now, and she's in college. I get it. But this all happened while she was a high school, and she's still young. Like, she's young. To be put in the middle of all this, not an easy position, but such a significant witness for what the defense may be alleging in all of this, because she is the person who picks up Colin Albert. And after her testimony, we heard from Colin Albert today.
Yeah, he's a real star witness for the Commonwealth. He took the stand today. He was in that button-down shirt, and he appeared very confident. So Colin Albert is the son of Chris and Julie Albert, who testified last week. And remember, those pictures that they testified to of taking in front of John O'Keefe's house on his lawn, straddling that fence there, prank photos is what they called them. So he was asked also about what has been alleged in this case, if he had any bad blood towards the victim, John O'Keefe. Take a listen.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
About what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
During the time that you lived on Meadows Ave or a couple months subsequent to that, is there ever animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Very tight-knit family. Now, when I saw him leave the courthouse here a couple hours ago, he left with his mom and dad. So they testified last week, and they were here, and they're going to be back here tomorrow when he's on cross. Alan Jackson outside of the courthouse told us and other media that we can expect an intense cross because everything that he testified to is not necessarily true in their eyes.
Yeah, this is going to be an important cross-examination of Colin Albert because they've seemingly really pointed the finger at Colin Albert, who was, again, in high school at the time. I mean, we have to keep this all in perspective. Not a grown man. He was a high school senior, I believe, just like Allison McCabe at the time this happened. They're a little bit older now. Yeah, that's big. That's a big cross-examination tomorrow morning. Make sure you're watching, folks. In the meantime, I understand you also spoke with the accused today, Karen Reed.
Yeah, Karen Reed walking outside with her attorneys and all of the supporters greeting her and as she's making her way to her car. So I asked her the question on everybody's minds. We see how involved she is in her own defense when she's there at the defense table, always talking to her attorneys. So has she decided? Is she going to take the stand?
Have you thought about testifying?
I have.
Are you going to give us a hint?
If I had a clue, maybe I would give you a hint, but wait and see how it goes, Matt.
How's it been being in the courtroom for the past couple weeks and everyone's close together, I'm sure?
The intimacy is good. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and it's vindicating, Matt. It feels vindicating. The truth's got to come out. It's the only way to do it.
Every time that I've talked to her, she said that she is very confident and things are going well. That's a good indicator right there of her mood at this point in time. But she's in for several more weeks of the Commonwealth's case. I mean, we're just in the beginning of this trial, Vinny.
We are. This is a long trial. This is a long, long trial. Matt Johnson in the middle of it all in Dedham, Massachusetts. Thank you, Matt. All right. So we've heard a lot of testimony from different witnesses coming and going, and gets a little confusing, right? Who was there first, then who came afterwards? You know, when exactly do they say that this murder took place? Prosecutors, when could this have happened? So I want to, based upon the testimony we've heard in the courtroom so far, I want to put together a little bit of a timeline just to give us an idea of what's going on after midnight at the Alberts' home, according to the testimony here. And you can believe or not believe the witnesses, but this is some of the evidence that has come into the case. Let's take a look. And this happened today, right? 12:10, that's what the text messages said. That's when Allison McCabe shows up to pick up Colin Albert. And at the same time, from prior testimony, it's around the time that Nicole and Brian Albert, the homeowners, are coming home from the waterfall. So as the adults are coming home from the waterfall, the younger people like Colin Albert, who was at the house celebrating, I guess, the birthday of Brian Jr., gets picked up by Allison because he says he's been drinking. They're friends. She agreed. She came to pick him up at 12:10. Now, the defense is not going to agree to that, but that's what the testimony is. Now, let's move forward to 12:30. Heather and Ryan coming to pick up Julie, Ryan's sister, along with Ricky, who's actually driving the car, leave at around 12:30, right? They showed up to pick up Julie. Julie decides to stay. They don't want to go in. So Heather and Ryan and Ricky all leave. Heather and Ryan say as they leave, they see a woman alone in an SUV as they drive past it. That woman being Karen Reed in her black Lexus SUV. So at 12:30, they're leaving. They don't see John O'Keefe inside the car. So where is John O'Keefe? I think the defense may say he's in the house already, but no one testified to seeing him ever outside of the car. So it's confusing. Let's move forward. 1:30 a.m., we believe that the testimony is that Brian Higgins leaves that home. He stays till about 1:30, then he's gone from the after party. 1:45, this is when Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe are driving Julie Nagel, who stayed, and her friend Sarah Levinson
They leave in the McCabe's car at 1:45. That's when Julie says she sees that black blob on the front lawn, which if you look at the timing there, it's around 1:45. So I guess they're saying that Karen Reed at some point between 12:30 and I guess 1:30 or whenever, somewhere in that window, committed this murder. That's, I think, what prosecutors are going to say here when they try to tie down the times here for the jury. But 1:45, that's when they leave. Now, between 1:45 and 2 a.m., that's when Tristan Morris shows up. He's got to do some snow plowing that night, but he comes back to pick up his high maintenance, his words, not mine, girlfriend, Caitlin Albert, picks her up between 1:45 and 2 a.m., and then they leave. And then we've also heard testimony 22 minutes later, those calls between Brian Albert and Brian Hagens going back and forth. Is it a double butt dial? It's up to the jury to figure that out. But that's a little bit of the timeline. So I wanted to set that up for you because when we come back, we're going to break it down piece by piece with our Canton insiders who know everything about this case. We'll do that, plus coming up in the next hour. We'll look at Chad and Lori's text messages. What do these communications reveal?
The intensity of each encounter in my mind, one greater than the last. Oh my, fire emoji, especially this last one.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious. After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The Killer or Cover-Up Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
So Karen's driving, John's in the passenger seat, and they're on Cedar Crest Road approaching Fairview where the after party is. And as they get to this intersection, there's another car approaching at the same time with Ryan Nagel in it. He flashes, so Karen goes first and makes the right on their way to the home where the party is. Now, the car that flashed its lights also going there, Ryan Nagel, to pick up his sister. So Karen and John stop the car initially close to the driveway, and Nagel is pulling up behind him. So Karen and John pull up a little bit further and stop just up in this area of the house. And then at that point, there's a conversation between Ryan and his sister. She decides not to go. And then Ryan passes John and Karen in their car and takes off. So that's the perspective when we went to the neighborhood from Karen Reed as she's driving with John O'Keefe to drop him off for that party. Now, that other car that flashed the lights at them, that's key today to some of the testimony that we heard. Inside that car, you have three people. Ryan Nagel is Julie's brother. Julie Nagel, the key witness inside the house. He's the front passenger. Heather, his former girlfriend, Heather Maxson, she's in the back seat of this F-150, but in the middle, right? So the back seat is in between the two front seats, but it's in the back. And then Ricky D'Antuono, that's Ryan's best friend. They've grown up together. He's driving that F-150, okay? So now I want you to see the same thing that I just did, but from the perspective from inside their car. I'm in that white car, and that would be Karen and John O'Keefe. They stop, they flash the lights, and Karen Reed's car goes. The question is, how quickly thereafter does Ricky, Ryan, and Heather, do they drive and do they follow up behind Karen? Are they right behind her? Do they wait a moment? Is there time for John O'Keefe to get out of the car before they even pull up? I'm not sure. But they pull up behind Karen to a certain extent, and then Karen pulls up a little bit further. There's mixed testimony about how many times Karen pulls up, different witnesses seeing different things. But then eventually they pull away and go past the car. And when they drive past the car, it varies about what they see because the driver is just looking at the road. Okay, so let's take a listen now to the testimony of Ryan Nagel. Again, Julie's brother, front passenger seat, describe everything that he saw and heard as he pulled up to the home.
When you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front of you?
There's nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? Get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes. I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
As far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I would say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that occur?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
As far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything like that?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
After you turned from Cedar Crest on to Fairview, that vehicle was in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes.
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did, yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
Okay, one thing that's super clear from Ryan Nagel's testimony is when his sister Julie comes out, Karen's SUV is in front of him and is there the whole time and is still there when Julie leaves. So when Julie comes out and she leaves, that car, Karen's SUV, is still in front of him. Now, I want to go back. So you listen to what Julie Nagel said about that same moment when she comes out to speak with her brother.
When you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fifth?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Okay. And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
The vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox. And then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard and then stopped and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
Okay, so this is important because this is right around the time of this alleged murder, right? She says she comes out, the SUV's not there anymore. Her brother said it never left. What does that mean? Let me bring in my guests. Joining me, Karen Reed supporter and expert Nick Rocco, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr., who at one time represented Colin Albert, and the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, is with us. All right, so it's a conflict in the testimony here between brother and sister about that moment when she comes out. She says the SUV's not there. He says the SUV was there the whole time. Nick Rocco, what does that mean? What does that mean to you?
It means they're lying. I mean, everyone's story is completely different. Julie Nagel wants to say that Karen Reed wasn't there. Ryan Nagel, like I've been saying, is good. Like in his interview, Karen Reed was the only one in that vehicle when they drove by. Now, one thing that matches up slightly to Julie Nagel is when the driver, Rich, had said he didn't see Karen's vehicle until he got to 34 Fairview Road, which would somewhat make sense because Julie Nagel said she saw the SUV outside before her brother even got there. So that might be the only slightest bit of truth, that Karen Reed got to 34 Fairview a few seconds before Ryan Nagel and the crew pulled up to the house. But the fact that she says the vehicle's not there, that can't be true because Ryan Nagel and Heather both said they drove by the vehicle and John wasn't in the car. So now she's lying about that. Now, do you believe that the jury is gonna believe her blog theory on the lawn? Absolutely not.
Kevin Lenahan, what does this mean to you, the conflict between the brother and the sister's testimony about whether or not Karen Reed's SUV was there when Julie came out? Because this is right around the time of the murder, so every minute is crucial.
I'd like to borrow a Judge Cannoni's sigh. I don't actually think that testimony from Julie Nagel was clear, and I blame the prosecutor for not making it clear. I don't think that's actually what she means. And if you look at the broader, even in that little bit there, she says prior to coming out, she was just a little confused from the questioning, the way it was being asked. I believe.
Are you saying Lally is not asking clear questions? Is that what you're implicating here?
Yes, and I don't think it's the first time that it's happened. But I think when you look at the totality of her testimony, she did see two vehicles. She said she saw one from the window when they first arrived. She saw the black SUV there. So, and I think the important part, I wanted to help you guys tighten up your timeline just a little bit too.
Sure.
So, two witnesses in the car verify that they arrived at the same time as John and Karen. John and Karen, according to GPS, arrived at 12:24. Okay, so let's say Julie came out and spent a few minutes talking at the window. John's phone last moved at 12:32. So sometime in between 12:24 and 12:32, that's when the truck that Ryan Nagel was in drove away. I don't know if that helps.
No, it does. Absolutely. All right. Joseph Krowski Jr., what does this do to the case? You're trying to prove a murder on a lawn. The jury wants a clear picture of what's going on here. And one of your key witnesses, her testimony to me, right, seemingly conflicts. Now, Kevin's been studying this stuff for like years, right? As he knows everything inside out every minute. But I'm a little more educated than the jury. But to me, it doesn't make that much sense if she says, no, the car wasn't there when I came out.
Well, Vinny, really, I don't know how much any of this matters. This entire trial is a paradigm shift for me in the way trials are conducted. Certainly, look, recall is never perfect. It's typically imprecise. Witnesses might contradict themselves, and witnesses might contradict each other, and that's certainly fodder for cross-examination. In the grand scheme of things, though, it's still a net zero because Julie Nagel still has herself going inside the house without John O'Keefe in there. Sarah Levinson, the nurse, is inside the house and says John O'Keefe never comes in. There is a discrepancy, and the defense did a nice job of exploiting it. It shows me that the witnesses certainly weren't rehearsed or coached because there certainly was a glaring inconsistency. And look, I like Adam Lally, and he's a smart guy and a good prosecutor, but sometimes I feel like if you lit his ass on fire, he'd just sit there and say, ouch. So, shame on them for today.
Okay, let's take a listen now to more of Heather's testimony. Again, this is the former girlfriend of Ryan Nagel. She's in the back seat. What does she see? What doesn't she see when they pull away?
As you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
and appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house.
Correct.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
Okay, Kevin, I'll start with you on this one. No one sees John O'Keefe inside the car when they're leaving, yet no one testified to seeing him get out of the car. Where is John O'Keefe?
It's frustrating, isn't it? But also we should point out that Ryan Nagel is a good brother who watched his sister come out of the car, even identified what door she left out of. She walks down the driveway. Now, this would have been the time if Karen was telling the truth that John was dropped off into the driveway. And then after her spending a couple of minutes at the car, he watches her walk all the way back and into the house like a good brother to make sure she's safe. And she never sees John in that driveway, never sees him. Neither she or the brother see John walking in the driveway or walking on the street.
Nick, where's John O'Keefe?
He's in the house. Julie Nagel stated that she was watching out the window. So when John got dropped off at the mailbox, Julie's testimony was that she wasn't outside yet because she watched Karen's vehicle from the window drive forward, 3 times is what she said. So she wasn't outside, so they wouldn't have crossed paths at that moment. So John O'Keefe got out of the vehicle, walked inside the house. All of these people are family. So if people think, oh, why would this person lie for this person? They're all family. I mean, Julie Nagel calls Nicole Albert Coco, and she calls Jen McCabe JJ. That's very close family friends. I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on.
All right, all the guests are staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about Colin Albert. Testified today. Where was he? When did he leave? When did Colin Albert go home? We'll talk about it when we come back.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
About what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
During the time that you lived on Meadows Ave or a couple months subsequent to that, is there ever any animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
All right, that's Colin Albert. We've heard his name from the defense a lot during the course of this case, and now he testifies at the trial. Left at 12:10 is what he says. Who picked him up? Well, it was Allison McCabe. Take a listen.
What did Colin say at 11:50?
You can get me now if easier. Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that, and what time did he respond?
He responded, word, get me after.
And if you could scroll down just a bit. And following the get me after, what if any response did you provide?
KK, okay, and here.
And here that you texted, what time does that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
Okay, so what does this mean if Colin Albert is leaving the house at 12:10? Let's bring back in our guests, Nick Rocco, Joseph Krowski Jr., Kevin Lenahan. Joseph, you represented him at one point. You don't represent him anymore. So is it as simple as, hey, he texts Allison picks him up and he goes home?
So I did represent him. I don't represent him anymore. And if you notice, he didn't have a lawyer there representing him, a 20-year-old man who handled himself quite well today, the same young man that went to the federal grand jury and did not assert the fifth. I think it is that simple. The defense is really leaning in on an individualized third-party culprit of Colin Albert. I think they're doing that at their own peril, and Hollywood's promised us a lot tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. The text is there. You would have to believe that Colin Albert turned over a screenshot of a text that he had natively manufactured and put himself at risk handing that over to federal authorities and local and state authorities. Allie McCabe, for her part, was very clear and concise, and it corroborated and lined up with Colin Albert's testimony. At the end, she was cross-examined on the location 360. I don't know why Lally didn't object to that. There are so many inherent frailties with location 360, especially when it has the Wi-Fi warning message. That means turn on Wi-Fi for more accuracy. That should have been objected to. Massachusetts has very strong decisional authority limiting the use of GPS speeds in location 360 data. So I think Colin did very, very well. I think he put to rest the claim that there was some acrimony or problems between the two of them. And we'll have to wait and see. But as a lawyer, I feel almost everyone has a fifth. And I certainly would have told him to assert the fifth if I thought he had one when I represented him. Didn't assert the fifth at the feds, didn't assert it today.
Nick Rocco, not only the testimony, but they had the screenshots of these text messages.
Well, before I point out Colin's fake text message, Allie McCabe's text message between the time of 11:55 and 12:10 on a normal cell phone, it would show January 29th, 2022, and then it would show the text message of the thing, whatever she said at 12:10. So the date would have came first, and then the next text message would be there. Now, as far as Colin Albert's text message, Joe, I think you missed this one. After the date of January 28th, 2022, what do you see next to that date? There's a comma there. There's no commas in anyone's cell phone. If you pull up your cell phone right now, you will not see a comma after the date, and that is going to destroy these text messages. These are manufactured, and not only that, the state is okay with taking a screenshot as evidence, but they want to say that the Cellbrite data that shows the 227 Google search didn't happen. Why didn't they pull the cell phone records and show these text messages? Because it didn't happen that way, and it's gonna all get debunked tomorrow. That comma is gonna hurt them.
Kevin, how are you seeing this issue? Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph wants to respond quickly.
I've dealt with cell phones in hundreds of cases. I don't see the significance of a period or a comma. Why, if you were manufacturing, the argument from the defense today was all they did was go in and manipulate the timestamp. I see you laughing, but I don't see the significance. I have a little more experience in this.
It's crazy.
Go ahead, Kevin. I'll give you the last word. We only have about 25 seconds.
And just looking at this lifetime 360 data, according to Yannetti, she took at 12:23 a 7-mile trip, at 12:31 a 12-mile trip, at 12:32 another 12-mile trip. This stuff is impossible. They're just manufacturing stuff, throwing spaghetti at the wall, and now Nick's got them adding commas where this is cruel.
All right, tomorrow's cross-examination, big day tomorrow. Thanks, Nick Rocco, Joseph Krosky Jr., Kevin Lenahan. We're out of time for today.